now come and hang out at the Kings Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the Kings Lounge? Cut. You can now come and hang out at the Kings Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the Kings Lounge? Cut.
You are very welcome to King's Resort. We are watching the European Poker Sport Championship. It's the final day. Down to 3 tables. That's our feature table. 8 players. We have the tournament chip leader on the table, Richard in C3, overnight chip leader. We have a really short stack, 800k. Blinds are 50, 100k. So you can see in seat 7, Andreas with just 8 big blinds, and pressure is on Andreas with the expiration of this level in just about 15 minutes. We started this level last night. Final hand, we had a couple of bust outs. Clock was stopped. $23 now remain. 7 you can see. Sorry, 8 on our feature table. And as mentioned, you can see the chip leader there sitting on 77 big blinds. Average stack is 3.1 million. Straight away, we're going to kick off. That's the chip leader. You can see, sent to your screen, these chocolate chips, dark grey chips, they're 100k. We have the blue 25k and still a few oranges in play, the 5k chips. Seat 7 and 8, that's the short stack. Andreas, center of your screen. You can see just one small column of chips. He's on the very right hand side in the cutoff here, so he's going to have a couple of hands. We're going to play till we reach 16 and then break. So, action with Nicholas, 6 million, double the average stack. He opens, he makes it 225, big blinds 100k. All of these players, of course, in the money, all guaranteed. €1,500. Buy-in was 200 plus 30. Approximately 1,500 players. Now, Nissim also short. After posting blinds, he just has 10 bigs behind. Nicholas takes this one down. You're very welcome. Thanks for tuning in. And just have my Twitch open, so feel free to engage. We had some sick cash games for the last 5 nights in a row. Unbelievable stuff. Elkie, go viral. And of course we had Kings founder and owner Leon Sorkinik. Some massive pots. But today we're going to be concentrating on this European Poker Sport Championship final day. Big money at stake here also. Winner will receive €55,000. That includes, of course, the World Series of Poker main event seat. That's the European Festival. Dividas Navicus with the Queens in the cutoff, 2.8 million. Facing an open from Vlad. Vlad open with 10-9 off, but he's going to get 3-bet. You'd expect with Queens. Premium hand, but still vulnerable. So Dividas 3-betting here. Clear out any rag ace, weak kings, and of course you'd expect the 10-9 offsuit from Vlad to be folded. It's your chip leader. You can see there in the left hand side, overnight chip leader Richard Orvat. 9-10 is folded as expected. Vladimir from Slovakia opened with 9-10 off, facing 3-bet from Davidas from Lithuania. So 8-handed on our feature table. That button now moving around, so severe pressure on Andreas, who's sitting on just 8 big blinds. This is 50-minute clock.
5 call.
Average stack just around the 30 bigs. 23 players in the mix.
7 pass.
Nice graphic there, bottom right, just showing you line level, and top right, showing you the field size,
8 pass.
displaying the amount of players left. You can see it's down clicked to 22. Already a bust out from one of the outer tables. Now, limp this time from Vlad with the Queen 8. Vlad looking to get involved. Richard, the big stack with the big hand here. And he just lets rip. They don't actually mind this.
5 pass.
Ace King. He's out of position. It's not a made hand. And can get called sometimes by Ace Queen suited. you're folding out a load of hands you're flipping against. All these small and medium pairs. And you're locking up. Blinds, antes, the limp. So that's 350k. Without any pressure, without having to hit a board. So I don't mind that rip at all versus a 20 big blind stack. So Vlad, you can see they're posting big blind ante. Not ideal. This is Andreas who's just folded there. He's in seat 7. And you can see 800k, that's 8 bigs. He's under the gun +1, so just a couple of hands before he's going to be posting 25% of a stack blind. Nissim short also under 10. Not a tremendous amount of chips, even though we have the overnight chip leader, tournament chippy, Richard. Not like huge stacks on this table, but this is one of the big stacks, 3.5 million. Well, 3.1 is average, so Matthias. Pocket 9, small blind, interesting spot versus a chip leader. I think we could see a 3-bet here. The opening range from the chip leader on the button, well, I mean, it's just so wide. Let's be clear about it. He really should be opening pretty much any 2 there. So with that in mind, I think Matthias is going to just fire back. Pocket 9s, 3-bet wants to fold out, well, fold out hands like this, ace rag.
It's up to the court.
Now, Richard with a decision. Well, he's quickly called and missed. Not the worst flop for 9s. 10-8.
Free bet 600. Check. Free bet 1.2 million.
Well, king on the turn.
4+.
Too much pressure for Matthias. And the power of the big stack. 9.1 million overall chip leader, Richard. Applying big pressure. So you can see the graphic there on the top right, 22 players left. All of these 22 players, 1,500 locked up. Top prize 55k.
4+.
Now, it looks like a limp in the cutoff from the chippy Richard.
5 call.
And the small blind getting a big price. I'm not crazy about this limp now. I think 2.5x here with the small pair just put so much pressure on these guys. Vlad just can't call. But now it's a situation where basically Vlad has the 2 overs and he's not going anywhere in this board, whereas Vlad really shouldn't be in this hand. And ace 3 is going to check. Richard may fire at this and he's certainly going to get raised.
3 check.
It's a massive combination draw for Vlad. Well, check back from Richard,
5 bet.
who's played his trees just a little passive.
155.
End of hand now, because Vlad is going to fire, and we're going to see a fold from the ace rag in the big blind.
3 call.
And Richard, who could have won this pot pre-flop, should be folding. What's going on? He's calling. Well, getting very sticky here, Richard, and incredible. He's in the lead. Vlad has missed everything. Missed his club, 9, ace. Queen and 10 would have done also. I mean, I just can't count the amount of outs he had. There was so many. He has missed them all, but he just can't afford to let that 710k that's in the pot. And he's after getting snapped. Well, I retract everything I said. Richard, instead of winning a couple of blinds by raising pre, has won a bunch of big blinds by limp, calling, turn and river, limping pre, checking flop, and calling turn and river. That is sore, believe me. That is going to be a big blow to Vlad, who's lost every pot he's played so far. We started on this feature table with about 2.5 million. I think he's down to about 1.5. Now, big pressure on the short stack. He was posted a big blind ante, but Dividas under the gun folds.
1 pass. 2 pass. 3 pass. 4 pass.
Well, Vlad, just 1.3 million.
6
So
pass.
he's lost well over $1 million. And he's raising light. It's tough for Andreas with just Jack Deuce. It is incredible that he's crushing Vlad. Does he go with it? That's the question. He's so little left. This is a risky move by Vlad,
7 pass.
given the stack depth of the player in the big blind. But Vlad, who seems to be showing a lot of ambition, trying to generate something, finally takes down a pot, brings the stack up to about 1.5 million. Lines posted, a very short stacked Andreas in seat 7 has about 5.5 blinds behind.
One pass. 2 pass. 3 pass. 4 pass. 5 pass. 6 pass. 7 7 raise over. Yes, of course. Exactly 6.
Now Andreas in the small blind ships. Dividas in the big blind. I think this is a call. It's just going to cost him 5 big blinds, Jack 9. I kind of feel Andreas will be doing this with any 2. And he pretty much has done it with any 2. I'd be shocked if he folds this Jack 9. It's close, but the mathematics are compelling. Well, that's just too tight for me. Well, if he was behind, it was pretty much a flip, the Jack 9 versus the Queen 2. Andreas takes down the pot. And you can see, apart from, well, the chip leader, of course, Richard sitting on almost 100 bigs, and Vladimir. Apart from these two, table playing a little bit nitty.
Yes, one's up 6.
And what I mean by that is just a little bit too tight. Of course, there's pay jumps to consider, and they will be getting significant soon, getting closer to that final table.
2 pass, 3
We're going to
pass.
pause the clock. We're 22 players. We're going to be pausing the clock at 16 players. Then do a complete redraw. Now, Richard employs the limp under the gun +1 with the 9-8 suited.
6 pass.
Andreas on the button, suited king, but given his stack size, I don't think he can get involved.
7 pass.
Moves the button out of the way, folds his hand, and, well, Davidis with Jack 9 suited. Well, I mean, he folded closing the action to a 5 big blind rip,
120.
but now he comes in out of the small blind with the Jack 9,
1 check.
and Dirk with the 9-3 offsuit, getting a free flop. Again, I think Richard could have just taken this down with a raise, but with the limp, you get small blind and big blind involved. But I'm guessing
8 check.
this is pretty good flop for Richard to represent. And given there was no
3 check.
raise pre, well, he has more aces, but he checks back. Why isn't he betting that? And now he hits Richard. He goes ahead. Well, that's why he doesn't bet, because he knows
1 check. 3 check.
he's going to hit. And here we see, well, I'm just going to keep quiet now because everything I say just doesn't happen. And the gut shot gets there on the river. 10 ball, corner pocket. Nice side for Divides.
8 bet. 2, 17.
We may get called here. Richard, we can know from previous hand with Vlad, he's very sticky. Really doesn't like folding. He's concerned, obviously. 10 is the obvious problem. 10x didn't hear from anyone on the flop or turn, but he's going to see now. He's up against the straight. I'm really surprised Richard on that ace high board didn't fire. Of course it would have worked. Then he hit the 8 on the turn. Decided not to protect his pair. Checked back. And then the gut shot. for the player from Lithuania, Davidas. So, if you've just tuned in, this is the European Poker Sport Championship. Basically a 230 buy-in with 300k guarantee.
3 call.
Guarantee was pretty much reached just close to 1,500 players. In fact, it was 1,437 exactly. And it's been going on for a few days now. This is the final day. This is a 50-minute clock, so nice structure, nice bit of play. Now, Richard under the gun. Well, I mean, he's limped again.
360.
This time, Matthias with the 3x, making it 360 with the King Queen. That's why I don't like this raise. It's just a position. He's in later position. Okay, I think it's perfectly fine. But given so many players still to act, there's always the chance of running into a big hand. And the problem now for Matthias, he's going to be priced into calling. And Nissim with a suited ace, well, he just has to fold this because there's way too much interest shown, excuse me, and chip leader who limped under the gun folds, and now Matthias gets the count and he hates it, absolutely hates it. He knows King Queen here is very rarely ahead. I'm struggling to think of a hand. Would Andres do this with King Jack? Maybe. Maybe he would. He do with a lot of hands that Matthias is flipping against. But Matthias sees the bad news that he's dominated his short stack. Andreas with the big slick 2-1 favourite. Well, that still is a chunk of equity, let's be honest. $2 million pot for Andreas, and he's in good shape. Andreas with the big slick. Not good. Not good at all. That is a flop straight. And you can just see the short stack go, what the hell? He's flopped me dead to a chop. Well, actually, the Queen would give the bigger straight to Andreas. Just 9% going to the river. Deuce on the river. Brutal way to exit, getting all your money in with ace king versus king queen. You can just see he's saying to his rail, what is going on? And with that elimination of the short stack Andreas, field size now 21, which means there's 7 players on each table. Average stack about 3.4 million. Viewers just tuning in, you're watching the European Poker Sport Championship. This tournament started a few days ago. This is the final day. This is Vladimir. 1.6 million in a stack. He's opted to limp here with the King Jack. Dividas with the Ace Queen in the cutoff. You would expect a raise here. These are 100k chips that looks like 400.
One pass.
So seat 1 and 2, Dirk and Nissim. We haven't seen them play a hand yet.
Pass. 3 pass.
Nissim extremely short now. Action back with Vlad, who's getting it shoved back in his face so often. Well, Vladimir
Back call.
is going to put in the additional 280k. There's 1.1 million in the pot. Vlad, with just a pot-sized bet behind, you'd expect him to move that in if he hits any piece of this. He's looking to see paint, but not a queen. Top
Check.
for Devidas. Small bet I'm expecting here. Something as small as like 250, 300,000, 25% to 30% of the pot. But he's going big. Well, you're not really going to get any action. He's going just above 50%. And that's basically Vlad is going to be committing himself. Small little bet there would have been enticing. Maybe Vlad would come over the top. There's no chance he's going to continue now. King high for half a stack. Not really feasible for him to float. If you've seen a couple of bigs, maybe 200, 250, who knows what Vladimir might have done. But nevertheless, we see Dividas take down another pot, and it brings him up to 4.4 million. Change of dealer, 2 very short stacks. Vlad under 10 bigs, and Nissim just 5 big blinds. I mean, he just hasn't had an opportunity to play a hand. Getting blinded out, but he is in the cutoff, I believe. On this occasion, the button is moved around. He's going to be getting 4 or 5 hands now before he has to post. Dirk, ace deuce, seen him get a free flop when he's on the big blind a few times, but other than that, haven't really seen him get involved. This wouldn't be a bad spot to actually pull the trigger. I'd be very tempted to put the whole lot in there, 12 bigs. But Nissim, who is in desperate shape with ace 10, perfectly standard move here, lets rip. Matthias is thinking about calling with queen 3 because Nissim is so short, but I think this is just one of the hands that's just too trashy, too weak. Flashes the queen as if to say, look, I'm making a big fold. But you know and I know, and he knows, he had pure muck. Nissim shows his ace. Button is flicked over, put in front of the chip leader, Richard. Would have been an interesting spot there if Dirk had have let rip with the ace deuce. I think it's close for Nissim. Probably goes with it. Certainly when folded to him, perfectly reasonable move. 7-handed on our feature table, 21 players left here in Kings Resort. We're broadcasting live. Another fantastic festival. What a week we've had of high stakes cash games. Yo viral high roller game, 10k minimum buy-in. I mean, it was just crazy. 500,000 on the table. Now, Dirk surely lets rip here. And he does announce raise, but he's not putting it all in, which makes me wonder what he would do if someone 3-bet him. Guess he folds. Now, the chip leader, Richard, is, I mean, he's just very sticky. Likes to see flops. Likes to stick around on all the streets. And he's putting in a 290 call here. And both these players with the same hand, Richard does have an advantage of position, but you would think Dirk, with the betting lead, may be best positioned to take this down. Both flop the good shot. Well, Richard ain't going anywhere, that's for sure. He's going to be calling with his gutty. Dirk put out a very small continuation bet. $300,000, 30% of the pot, and an absolute snapperoonie from the chippy who don't fold. He wants to see a river every hand. Best cards win. Now, for sure, Dirk is going, oh boy, this is end of story. He might put Richard on Queen X and might try to go and move him off it while he's shut down. Richard with the check back. Now, Richard has to win this pot if Dirk checks to him. He has to bet it. Now, with the check back on the turn, this might motivate Dirk. He checks, and now Richard has to steal this. Anything. If he sneezes at the pot, Dirk's going to fold. 200,000 will do it. And he checks back. Oh, chopper. Yeah, I mean, it was an interesting hand. Ends in a split. Both players could have won it. I mean, certainly if Dirk, you know, fires turn, just goes for it. Fires turn, he moves the chippy off the hand, I'm sure. And then when Dirk just, I mean, he just waved the white flag. Check turn and then check river. It left the door just wide open for the chip leader, Richard. Richard, check back. And Pat's Gomi, I agree with you. So, blinds posted Vlad, who's for me shown the most ambition so far. He's posting small blind, and in the big blind is Nicholas, I believe. That's Dividas. Dirk folds Nissim, playing about 8 bigs, and this is the big stack, 9.2 million. Richard was the overnight chip leader, 7.7 million. Has had a decent start to this final day. If you've tuned in, you're very welcome. Thanks for joining. It's the European Poker Sport Championship. 60,000, 120,000 blind level. 50-minute clock. So it's Limp City here on our feature table. Chip leader employing this limp strat from early doors, and it's working out quite nicely for him. Smashing these boards. Nicholas in the big blind with ace-9. He's going to check call. Drawing very thin, Nicholas. Just an ace will help him. Now Jack on the turn. Richard will fire again, and that's the end of hand. 400,000. I think Nicholas will let this one go. I expect him to let it go. Our chip leader, Richard Horvat from Germany, is now up to 9.8 million. Also happening in the resort, kicking off today, we have the European Poker Million. Day 1A just kicked off. Big turnout for that already. We're several starting flights all the way through to the weekend. It's 445 plus 45 buy-in. 1 million guaranteed. Mateus 3.3 million with the Jack 6 not interested, but Vlad for sure will show interest, and with just 7 big blinds I think he just lets rip here. Jack 9 button, there it is. I'd say if this guy had a stack, Vladimir, he would smash this table up. Well, he's gonna get smashed himself here now, because Devidas looks down at King Kong and just puts in the chips. Bad timing, Vlad. Devidas snapping him off with the pocket kings. Vlad moving in on the button. I don't blame him, I'll be honest. Now, this is interesting. Look at the equity for Vlad. Any club for a flush, 3 of hearts, no good. The other cards could have given him a straight draw as well, but just a club now as he goes to the river. Can it happen for him? Yes, it does. And that's why you rip with just 7 bigs on the button with the Jack 9. Even when you do run into it, you can always hit a 4-card flush and get out of jail. Double for Vladimir. He doubles through Dividas, and he gets that big blind ante as well, so it's an extra big. So it brings him up to about 15 bigs on the small blind, maybe 15 and a half big blinds. A little bit of breathing space, still about half the average, which is about 3.4 million. So he's sitting on about 1.7 million. All of these numbers I'm quoting, of course, are approximate. Now, Nissim, 8 bigs, under the gun, 10-5. He's just going to have to fold this. Chip leader folds, and Matthias with 9-4. That goes into the bin. Vladimir will open light for sure, but 8-4 offsuit, just not part of his opening range, and the cutoff. But What should be part of Nicholas's range is opening with ace-6 in the button. Just took a bad beat, Devidas. We've seen him in the small blind call with these type of hands. Suited, one gap, connected. Queen 9 of hearts, he comes in, puts in the additional 195. And Dirk in the big blind. Well, a squeeze would work, that's for sure. Is that what he's thinking, or is he just trying to work out the maths? Is he getting priced in? He certainly is getting priced in, but given his stack size, he decides to let this one go. First to speak will be Devidas. We just took a bad beat with the kings, but he flops a pair here, top pair, and he checks. Nicholas opening on the button with the ace-6. Well, these kind of cards you would think would favour the small blind. You might see a check back, but no. Nicholas is going to rep this board, bet out with ace-6. Nicholas has made a pair, so he's going to check back. He has a showdown value. He's ahead of all the draws. Eight on the turn. I get the feeling this will go check, check. Devidas considering to go for value, but the 9-10 gets there. The last thing he'd want is to get raised. But he may put out a small bet. It's about a third of the pot. $500,000. Top pair. Does have a blocker to the straight, so it is very reasonable. It's targeting ace-jack, of course, king-jack. These kind of hands may call him. Nicholas, couple of peps lighter than that. His fourth pair, and maybe Nicholas thinking could be good. No, he does let it go. Devidas, Navicus with the queen 9 takes down the pot. And a very welcome to my good friend Babic, who's just decided to join us. Appreciate you coming on, looking after us. Babic always does such a admirable job looking after, moderating the chat. You can see the payouts there. 55k for the winner. We're down to 21 players, 3 tables of 7. This is our feature table, featuring the chip leader Richard Horvat, and that's Richard under the gun, who's been limping pretty much any hand he's entering, and he decides to limp again with the queen 9. And we've seen kings distributed several times already. This time it's Vladimir's turn, who cracked the kings just a couple of hands ago when he shipped on the button with his jack 9. Big blind woke up with kings, but he made a 4-card flush. And now, great situation. How big does he go? Doesn't want to fold out all the action. He wants to make the most of this premium hand. So pricing is so important. It is Richard, and Richard doesn't fold, so 340 quite reasonable. Devidas will be folding the queen 2. There it goes. And in the small blind, Dirk will fold. Big blind is the short stack Nissim, who's just 6 bigs behind. Less 5.5. Now, Richard facing a raise. And I guess this is one of the reasons for limping, that he can call a raise and still see a flop for relatively cheap. Whereas if he opened and he got 3-bet, it just gets way crazy expensive. So what he's doing here is he wants to see flops. And if he's any piece of this, he's going to be sticking about. So potential for big pot. Vlad with just 1.5x behind, 1.5 times the pot size. He's, well, I mean, Vlad has absolutely smashed this top set. No obvious flush draws, or no obvious draws, no flush draw. This is a situation where I'd like to see a check back. Oh, Vlad. Well, it's just about 27-28% pot size, but Vlad with the 2 kings. I mean, Richard can't really have any of that board, so I think it's probably one of the few boards that should be checked back. Give your opponent a chance to catch up. A lot of cards that could help. Richard, 9, 10, Jack, Queen. But profit is profit, and Vladimir Bolesnin from Slovakia. In fact, that is exactly where he's from. Gets his stack over 2 million. Now, Matthias under the gun with the king 8, snap fold, and now we move to Vladimir 2.5. That's where he started today, 2.5 million. And it's been up and down, more down than up. A lot of limping going on our feature table, which makes for interesting hands, that's for sure. Devidas. You see, this is the problem with the limp. You're really pricing in all of these kind of drawing hands to come along for the ride. Well, the 6-5 suited is folded. Dirk on the button with the 8 deuce. And now the shorty, Nissim, Queen 7, but it's just too trashy for him to put any more money in, even though he's getting a magic price, 60,000. See a flop. I'd be surprised if he calls this. Well, this is incredible. Okay, Queen 7. It is a big price, I get that. Richard checks his option. Vlad should have been raising there. If he's going into the pot, he should be raising. Fold out these trash hands. Ace 8-8. Now, Vlad has more aces in his range than his opponents, so he's going to lead, and that's the end of hand. Nissim lost a precious half a blind there, 60k, but I guess it was so attractive, the pot odds. I don't blame him for coming in. Vlad takes down the pot, brings his stack up to about 2.8 million. Now Dirk cut off 10 big blinds, all in, without a doubt. Let's do it, Dirk. Put the money in. Let's rip. Take that 400k that's out there. Well, it's 120 big, 120 and 60. So it's 300k that's out there. Richard with a weak ace. And you're going to see the benefit of ripping here with the king queen. You're going to get a better hand to fold. Richard about to let go. There's no way you can call here. Ace 3 off. Even against a lot of Dirk's bluffs, he's flipping. And he's not closing the action. Who's to say Matthias wouldn't wake up with a big hand? And Matthias will fold the Jack 7. So a demonstration here of the benefits of letting rip here with King Queen in that situation. Dirk takes down the pot, brings him back up to 1.6 million. Appreciate all of you tuning in. You're watching the European Poker Sport Championship. It's been going on all week, this event. This is the final day, day 3. Also, we just started the European Poker Million. Day 1A kicked off a little earlier. And that massive guarantee, 1 million guaranteed, that's correct. For less than 500, it's 490, I think. 445 plus 45. Well, you do the maths. So, we are watching the European Poker Sport. This is our feature table. 21 players still in the mix. So on the button, Richard has limped with Jack 3. Matthias is in the small blind. Sorry, Matthias is in the small blind and Vlad is in the big blind. And Matthias completes and Vlad checks his option. And it's an action board. 2 pair for Richard, 2 pair for Matthias. Vladimir with none of this, but we're going to see a very big pot between Matthias and Richard. Richard in really bad shape here. No club. Matthias with the bigger 2 pair, and that jack of clubs is relevant also. Richard firing. Now, this is extremely draw heavy board, so we may see a raise from Matthias. Charge all these draws, and it is a raise, a big raise, and this will work. This will induce, because Richard pulls the trigger, all in, snap call. We're going to see a massive pot. Top and bottom versus top 2, and Richard drawing very thin. One of his, well, no, 2 3s out there he can hit. Running queens, running kings would give a chop pot, but that 10 ends it. Jack would chop it. So 7 on the river. Massive pot, this 6.5 million. And it brings Matthias up to the top of the leaderboard. And that's the problem with the limp. That's what can happen. You're inducing the small blind to well, he's going to be playing Jack 10 when he's getting it cheap. Whereas if we seen a raise on the button from Richard, I'm pretty sure Matthias just dunks his Jack 10 off. Juan Delen de Pater saying the only reason they're still watching is because of Richard. And he does make for entertaining viewing, that's for sure. Richard Horwath, the overnight chip leader, 7.7 million in a stack, spun that up to 10 million in the first level, 100 bigs. But he's after taking a bit of a hit here, Richard. Matthias, who had position on him, got in cheap in the small blind when Richard limped on the button with Jack 3. Matthias with the Jack 10, Jack 10 3, action flop. All the money went in. End of story. Double up for Matthias, who now is the chip leader, sitting on 6.5 million. Now, looking at the short stack on the table, Nassim, I mean, he's desperately short 4.5 bigs. And not too long left in this blind level. I think it's about 7 minutes. Well, here we go. Nassim instantly puts his chips in. It's a compulsory all in with the ace king here. And Vladimir in the small blind with queen 10 folds. The big blind looks at queen 2 offsuit. Nissim Sinsino from Israel, I believe.
One pass. Two pass. Three pass. Four pass.
Lad on the button with an ace.
5 raise.
No prizes for guessing what's going to happen here. Devidas will fold 10-4. Vladimir gets his stack up close to the 3 million mark, averages about 3.4 million with 21 remaining. We're in the 60, 120k blind level, at 5 minutes left in this level.
Two pass.
Vlad folds in the cutoff. Action with Nicholas on the button. Queen Jack. 4.5 million. He's third in chips on this feature table.
260,000.
Makes it 260 with the Queen Jack in action with Devidas, who folds, and Dirk. I mean, it's just horrible to look at. 8 deuce offsuit. Really very little he can do besides to fold. Now the short stack is posting big blind ante. So Nissim under pressure here. That's Richard, who you see first to act. Took a massive hit, doubled up. This gentleman, Matthias, folds, and now Vlad with the King 9, who we've seen him limp and raise with these type of hands. So who knows what he's going to do. He decides to fold. Nicholas won't be folding. Ace 9 in the cutoff.
Raise to 60.
It makes it 260 once again. Devidas with Ace 10 on the button has a decision. I think all the options are open here. I'm leaning more towards flat call here. Does have position going forward. Doesn't want to 3-bet and then get re-raised. That was just horrible. Has to fold then. So I think a flat call is perfectly reasonable. Dirk's going to fold the King 8 in a small blind, you would expect. And now big blind short stack with a small pair. Well, this is an opportunity. I think he could rip here. He could go either way. He's not folding anyway. He's certainly going to set mine. At least probably 3-bet all in with the hope to take down the pot. 820k out there. I'm definitely putting it in. Nicholas probably folds the Ace 9, given that Devidas still in the hand, and then it's just down to Devidas. How does he think his Ace 10 is performing versus a rip here? You'd expect an all-in, surely, from Nissim. And there is the all-in announced. So now action with Nicholas. I think it's too precarious a situation for Nicholas. If he's closing the action, I think he's calling here all day. But Devidas has entered the pot also. And there will be a side pot should he just call and Devidas call. And he's out of position. So there's too many factors against him here. I mean, he could 4-bet, isolate. That'd be just crazy risky. Devidas with a big stack. So Nicholas, it's too many problems here. It's very complicated. I think I just let go of the Ace 9. Probably flipping, as we can see he is, but it's just too difficult a situation going forward. As Nicholas ponders his decision, the blinds have increased. We're gone up to 80, 160. Nicholas Ace 9 taking his time here, but I think he will come to the correct decision. In my opinion, I think he just got to fold this, even if Nissim is at it here. What happens if Davidus comes over the top? That's the big problem Nicholas has. That's Nicholas in your screen, opened with ace-9, flatted by Davidus with the ace-10, and now the short stack ripped on the button.
Six raise all in.
Well, this is, well, it's one way of
8 pass.
getting to see the board isolating. We did say it was an option. Didn't actually think he would take that option given the stack size of Davidus. But I guess Davidus just flatted it on the button, so I think it's reasonable, you know, what Nicholas has done here. It's high risk, but there can be huge rewards, particularly if he spikes an ace or a 9, but 6-3-3. 9 of spades is folded, 9 of diamonds is folded, and we did see the ace of spades for Davidus go into the bin also. Nissim, great shape here. Wonderful shape. That is huge. Pot size 2 million. He gets the bonus of Davidus calling the original raise of 260. And then he has Nicholas matching his total stack. 2 million for the Israeli Nissim Sonsino. Now, Matthias, who's playing 6.5 million, is under the gun here. Looks down at ace-9 suited. 20 remain, you can see in the top right there. 3.6 million average stack. We're in the new blind level, 80,160.
For ace 350,000. Pass. 6 pass. 8 pass. 1 pass.
Now Nissim will be folding the 6-3.
2 pass.
But
3 call.
Richard, who's sitting on about 6 million, will be calling with the ace-9.
Heads up to the flop.
Both have flopped an open ender.
3 bet 700,000.
Backdoor diamond free roll for Matthias. You can see is slightly the better equity, even though both are playing the ace-9. diamond would give him a flush draw if it were to come on the turn. Richard firing here. He likes to play big pots, Richard. He's no problem putting his money in, that's for sure. Matthias will oblige with the open-ender. Matthias certainly going to continue. Well, I mean, he has to continue. There's no way he's going to fold this. Ace 9 does have the backdoor diamonds also, as mentioned. $700K. Now, Richard will probably fire again, regardless of what comes on the turn. And we could see him win this pot. 6 on the turn. I think this is definitely a card Richard could have. Well, he could have blasted again there, Richard. Given that he's in the big blind, he's got all the 6s, 2 pairs in that flop. And it wouldn't be out of the question for him to boat up there with that 6 on the turn. He fired again. I think Matthias has a big decision, but Matthias with that enough flush draw. Everyone misses. Richard, here we go. How big do you go? That's the question. Well, 1.3 million is big enough if you ask me.
1.2?
1.2 exactly. About 60% pot size bet. I think it's pretty good sizing. And I think Matthias with ace 9 will let this go. Misses diamonds. What's he ahead of? Ace 8 beats him, ace 7, ace 6. So what would do this? King, queen? Would that ever bet the flop? 10 jack maybe. Very few hands. Now Richard scoops a decent sized pot, 7.2 million. Average stack 3.6 million. Richard on top of that chip count graphic chart. This is the European Poker Sport Championship. This is the final day. This is our feature table, one of 3 tables still in play. Just 20 players. Average stack 3.6 million.
6 plus. 8 plus.
New blind level 80,000, 160,000.
1 plus. 2 plus. 3 plus.
Cedric in the chat just saying how impressed they are that there's so many Europeans here. seems really popular yet. The reason there's so many Europeans here is the strategic position of Kings Resort. It's based right on the border of the Czech Republic and Germany, and very easy access. Basically, you can get here from, well, you can get here from anywhere. There's so many airports nearby. There's 3 or 4 airports within an hour and a half drive. You have probably the most popular is Prague Airport. But then again, you've always Munich, Nuremberg, and then you can drive, obviously from Germany, being on the border, Poland, Austria, Slovakia, you know, all of these countries, even Belgium, you could, you know, drive to Rozvadov in a day, no problem. So easy access, I suppose, is one of the huge features of Kings Resort. Several airports within a couple hours, and then being smack bag on the border between Germany and the Czech Republic. There's so many countries you can actually drive to the casino from. Even like we have people from Italy driving, Switzerland, Croatia, Slovenia, Hungary. Now, what's going on here between Vladimir and Matthias? Battle of the blinds. Vladimir makes a pair. Matthias does have a backdoor club draw, backdoor straight possibility, but I think we'll just give this one up. And Vladimir just, after this pot, makes his stack 3.4 million, which is very close to average. And Lord Barry saying there was a guy that drove from Istanbul to the Czech Republic. I totally believe it. I've heard all kinds of stories. Players from Greece driving to Rozvadov. And as I said several times, Croatia, Slovenia, Italy, all of these countries, players have made their way by car from all of the places mentioned. So this is European Poker Sport 20 left. All of these guys have locked up €1,722. That's the minimum they're going to get paid. Absolute minimum. About 8 times their original buy-in. So just continuing on the conversation about the location of Kings, there's a question about the airports. There is several airports. I usually fly to Prague, but I've flown to Munich several times, which is pretty convenient also, given that like you can get a flight to Munich from pretty much any city anywhere. Same with Prague, super popular airport. Both these airports about an hour and a half drive. Munich's about maybe 10 minutes more. They're the two main airports. There's an airport that's even closer, which is Nuremberg in Germany. It's a little bit closer, but probably not as popular, given that it's not serviced by as many cities as like Munich or Prague. So go online, check what the nearest airport to you is and see what's suitable. Book your flight, get over here, and experience the action for yourself. Vladimir has come from Slovakia, and he's made day 3. Started the day with about 2.4 million and has built his stack up nicely. Divadas in the big blind. He was playing Jack 9 before, so he's going to put in the additional 200k to see a flop. Almost a million out there. Divadas does not want to see Jack high or 9 high board here. It could get rather expensive. Both with similar stack size. An open ender will be good enough, I think, for Divadas to continue, at least for one straight. Vladimir, well, it's very draw heavy, this board. Does have that ace of diamonds, which is crucial. And he's going to bet 400k. Well, it's more, I like the sizing because basically he wants to extract a premium price from all of these drawing hands. And Divadas, well, if you're defending with Jack 9, you flop an open ender, you're going to continue. It's expensive though, I mean, it really is, 500k. But he has a draw to the nuts. An 8 ball in the corner pocket would, I mean, it would lock the hand up. $500k. Now 2 million in the pot. Both players with not much more than a pot size bet behind. 4 great card for Vladimir. Total blank. Check. I think he's going to rip. I would, that's for sure. Flush draw, so many straight draws. Good luck, I'm putting it all in. Enough is enough. 2 million out there. Vladimir. About to act. Looks to be about 750. 725 in fact. Now, Divadas. I mean, this is... He's still 21%. He's getting about 4 to 1. Close, but not really getting the price he needs to chase. I think at this stage he knows Jack or 9 is no good. That it's 8 for the nut straight or a king. Problem is here with a king. Could be up against a hand like ace jack of diamonds that would play like this, I think. So it's not out of the question he's just drawing to 4 8s. It was an 8-fold pre, so there is only 3 out there, but he's not to know that. This is expensive, 425. Divadas Navakas from Lithuania in the tank here with an open ender. Well, he's going to get called. Interesting move. He's turned his hand into a bluff. It'll never. I don't think it's going to work. And there's the call. He's not going to like that. That's a nice move from Divadas. It's just unfortunate. I think he gets King Queen to fold. Ace 10. But aces not going to fold. He still has an 8 or a king to hit. This is huge pot. Divadas, he wanted to see the river, but He didn't want to sacrifice the 725k, so he let rip and he misses. Vladimir now, well, he's going to be a force to be reckoned with. For me, probably looks to me like the most competent on this table. Of course, it's been very small sample size. I think Matthias has been pretty decent. Nicholas also. But this guy, I think, could hammer crush this table with a decent stack, and that's what he's achieved here. He's gone from like just a few bigs. You do remember, I think it was 7 bigs he shipped with on the button with the Jack 9, ran into kings, but hit a 4-card flush. That was against the player we see here, Devadas, and maybe that was a factor in him check raising on the turn. I just told Vladimir won a tournament here 3 days ago. Okay. I believe it. What tournament was that? Let me know, please, in the chat. Cedric asking, is it possible to see the chip count of the top 20? It certainly is. Everything is possible. All you need to do is just ring the tournament director, give him a buzz, ring his mobile, and ask him to go around and count the stacks for you, and get him to text you directly and keep you updated every 20 minutes or so. Big pot, Vladimir, 42 big blinds, 6.8 million. What a turnaround. Now the shorty, well, 1.9 million. Still has about 13 bigs. Nissim holds on Richard. Haven't seen him for a couple of hands, which is surprising, as he does like to play every hand. And he likes to limp. And he's not going to stop. Not going to change that. He limps with the Jack 7 suited, but Dirk, who is the short stack on the table, will let rip here with ace queen. Mandatory shove, given the situation. I mean, Richard he's limped 10 of the last 20 hands. So Dirk has to just pull the trigger. There's no other answer here. There's no choice. Dirk does let rip. Sorry, I'm missing this. He did call. I didn't think he was going to call. Flops a good shot. Top pair and a good shot for Dirk. I guess he's getting the right price. I don't know, is he? Maybe one of the mathematicians will let us know. Seems like a little bit loose. And Richard doubles another player. I missed the snap call there. I actually didn't think. Well, I guess it was 160 limp, so 840. Still 6.5 pigs. Baby One saying Richard is a loose cannon from Munich. Plays daily 50 bucks usually. Well, I mean, I play daily 50 bucks, and if you can crush a daily 50 tournament in your local casino, well, you are good enough for playing in major tournaments, and that is a fact. Well, it's not a fact, but it's my opinion. Interesting decision there from Richard. Go with the Jack 7. A good one for this gentleman, Dirk, who's up over 2 million now. And you can see Dirk, well, he's 2.6, getting the blinds, ante, and the double. Levidas, desperate, 1.5 bigs. Desperado, waiting for a train for Devidas, Levikas. Still 20 left in the mix. Richard still with a very sizable 6 million stack, folds under the gun with the 6-3 offsuit. Matthias 5.3 million, ace 6, he folds, but I think Vladimir might open here. King 10, you get the feeling from this guy he's very comfortable, seems to have great recognition, and we're going to see an open here with King 10. Makes it 350k, but Nicholas with ace 10 suited, cut off, potential 3-betting spot, but he decides to flat. The very short stack, Devidas. Folds, and now Dirk in the small blind with the 9-8 suited, and Ninsim Cincino with the King 6 in the big blind. 190, massive price. Having said that, it's a huge proportion of a stack, but it does like value. Nissim, and he puts in the additional 190, and we're going to go to a flop 3-way. Ace 10 for Nicholas, who's suited way out in front, and not great for Vladimir, given that Ninsim is blocking him. One of his kings in Ninsim's hand. That's incredible that a king comes out, really. And it's going to be great news for Vladimir, who's going to be snapping him off. It's not straightforward. 1.4 million is a decent shove. And, I mean, there is 2s in Ninsim's range here. Would he just let rip with a 2? Maybe on a flush draw board. All this, of course, going through his mind. And he's, again, still has the concern of Nicholas. So it's not as straightforward as one might think. You open, and then the short stack in the big blind position. Let's rip, you have top pair. You think it's a mandatory call? Absolutely not. But I'm leaning towards a call. I don't think 2s would just let rip here. I think he'd go for value. And, you know, he'd value bet it small with a couple of big blinds. That's what I do if I smash the board and hit trips. Now, would you let rip with a flush draw? Absolutely. That's a likely hand he could have. Would you let rip here with 2 pair? Absolutely, that's what he's done. So there's lots of hands that Vladimir is ahead of. that would do this. Of course, he's concerned about the big blind having 2x, and he's also concerned about Nicholas. Big moment this. Well, it's a very big moment for Ninsim, who's going to be in desperate shape. Well, I'm surprised. Not overly. It was a complicated situation. Ninsim folds, and a great, I mean, that's just perfect for Ninsim. How he found a way there with King 6 off versus King 10 on a like King Deuce Deuce board to win this pot. I mean, it just is absolutely ideal. The situation for Vladimir wasn't great, but I'm surprised he didn't make the call. I think the biggest factor was Nicholas, who just smooth called pre. So Vlad again, 6.5, ace 8 suited, big opportunity missed, but he's one of the big stacks here, and he's going to limp here, it looks like, with the ace 8 suited. And Nicholas with the same hand, snap folds. Now this is the desperately short Devadas, who's just 1.5 big blinds. He folds. This is Dirk fold. Now the small blind, who's up to 2.5 million. Ninsim folding. Richard in the big blind with Queen 9 pushes in his big blind, indicating to the dealer that he's going to check his option. We're going to see a flop, and that is a big flop because it gives Vlad the nut flush draw with the straight draw, but an open ender with top pair for Richard. We're going to see a big pot. Richard likes these big pots, and it's a double gutter. A 9 for Vladimir would give him a straight. A king would give him the nut straight, and he spade. Ace would work also. This is huge. Richard bets 320, snap call by Vlad, and bingo. On the turn, Richard not slowing down. Great situation for Vlad, in position, and surely just a smooth call here. With the absolute nuts. Your opponent is firing away at you. You've turned the nuts. I think it's just a smooth call, and Vladimir thinks the same. 2.4 million in the pot. Paired board isn't ideal, but I still think that Richard's going to be calling a bet here from Vladimir. How big does he go? 2 million in the pot. Richard, flop top pair. Looks like about 1.2 million in Vladimir's hand there that he's cutting out. I think that gets called. Snap call, in fact. Richard don't fold. Well, it was just 900,000. It's more than 900. 5, 5, 10, 11. Chip leader. Vladimir Olsnan. Good form. Totally won a tournament here the other night. Richard takes another hit, and it's an expensive one. I believe we're down to 19 players. The graphic will pop up now any second, showing us the state of play with the average stack, which is always great to know. That's your big chip leader, 8.5 million, Vladimir. Under the gun, just fold the king 6 and take his time stacking chips. Now, the shortest of short stacks in the whole room, 1.5 big blinds, moves in, and you can see the field size top right. There is just 19 players left in the mix. I believe we pause the clock at 16 for a redraw. Nissim on the button here will be making the call, I expect. 225 suited ace. Well, decides to fold. Usually one for value hunting. Richard coming in with the queen 7, and Matthias may raise here and extract more money from Richard / protect his 10s. I think this could be a spot to raise it up, given the type of player Richard is, who's been calling quite a lot, limping, getting involved in a very wide range. So I think you're going to see Matthias raise this and charge Richard for seeing a flop. Matthias with the 10s, Richard of course very weak. Queen 7 off. He's pretty much dead given the 2 queens in Dividas hand, and he does fold. So heads up, 10s versus queens. Matthias won't be liking this situation, but you know what? It could be a lot worse. Dividas could be sitting on a couple of million, and all the money would go in free. So he's likely to lose a pop, but it's going to be pretty small. Five, 6, 8. Richard would have flopped a good shot. Queen's in the lead. Just 2 10s left in the deck for Matthias to connect with to eliminate Dividas, but Dividas looks to be on course to triple up. Oh, horrible. 10 on the river. That is brutal. Absolutely brutal. Dividas with the queens. And Matthias with the 10s. 10 on the river. Yeah, one of the viewers just pointing out that Dividas Navikas from Lithuania got his kings cracked and he got his queens cracked. And now he's busted. That's tournament poker. That's what we sign up for. Nicholas, pocket 9s, under the gun makes a 350, fold it right around to the cutoff, which is missing. He folds Richard down to 3.8, which is average stack. 18 left in the mix. Big blind is Vladimir with the Jack-8 offsuit. Could depend here. Additional 190 for Vladimir to see a flop with the Jack-8. He's first to act. Ace, 6, deuce, 2 clubs. And Vlad is completely missed. I don't think Nicholas is going to be overly concerned about the ace. He would have heard from a lot of aces pre-flop. Any of the big aces he would certainly hear from. But he has decided to check back, and the deuce on the turn may be more concerning. Vladimir with the big blind defend. Not out of the question for him to be sitting there with a deuce. Vladimir thinking about going for this. He goes big, he wins, no doubt. Very difficult for Nicholas to continue. Of course, and he ace X. And he deuce. It's an interesting one, 405. I think the check back on the flop, Nicholas has got to realise that Vladimir is going to be firing at this quite a lot on the turn, depending on the card. It's certainly a card like a deuce, so Nicholas clever enough to figure this out so far. Now, we can see Vladimir looking over what a card for Nicholas. Now he's hoping his opponent has a deuce. Boom. Full boat. And Vladimir, who's made a play for this pot, it looks like he's shut down. He's put the handbrake on, which obviously not great news for Nicholas, who's made a full boat. Yeah, I mean, Nicholas going big here because he's trying to make it look like he's trying to steal the pot, or doing this with ace-king type hand and trying to get a 2 to pay him off. But Vladimir, absolutely none of it. Now, Richard with the goods. 3.8 million. What you're looking at here is the European Poker Sport Championship. We're down to just 18 players. These players are spread over 3 tables. We have 6, 6, and 7. No, 6, 6, and 6. What am I talking about? 3 tables and 6 players at each table. Nicholas flopped second pair. Dirk with top pair. Dirk with 2.2 million behind. Now Dirk wins a pot, brings him up to 3.6 million, which is pretty close to average. We're going to be going on a break soon. The end of this 800, well, it's 8160 level. Six players on this table. First to speak here is Richard, former chip leader, overnight tournament leader. Now Matthias, and this is Vladimir, the current leader on the table, 7.5. Now Nicholas. On the button with the Jack 7 suited, makes it 350,000. Dirk put an ace in the small blind, but I think this is just too difficult circumstance to continue. Ace 6 off, small blind, given the stack sizes. Could 3-bet that ace. Such an important card, blocking so many premiums. He's in the tank, but I think he's deliberately stalling so that he can go on a break. Well, no, he's going to 3-bet, it looks like. Well, this will work, and I don't mind his hand choice whatsoever. That ace, of course, as we spoke about, such an important card. This is Nicholas, who's getting it shoved back in his face here. Jack 7 suited. Decides to fold, and with that fold, the clock has stopped, and we're going to be taking a break. We're going on a 15-minute break, and then we're going to be back to cover the European Poker Sport Championship. Same table, but remember, 18 left, 16 we take. Another break for a redraw. Back soon.
can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. Take a seat. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut.
You're very welcome back to King's Resort. We're watching the European Poker Sport Championship, and we have 6 on our table, on our feature table. 2 outer tables with 6 players on each of the outer tables. The blind level is 80,000, 160,000. And not long left in this blind level. 18 remain. Another 2 bust outs, we'll do a complete redraw. Taking the seat there is Nassim, who's the short stack.
200,000 with 200,000.
Well, blinds are actually up now. Dealer announces 100k, 200k. So that'll bring a lot of pressure on Nassim, who's just sitting on 11 bigs now. That's Richard, who's posting big blind 200k, and under the gun is Matthias. Now Vladimir, pocket eights. Want to see Vladimir get involved here with the eights. He's going to raise big blind 200k. We're going to see an open for about 450. You'd expect from Vladimir.
5 call 200.
Well, I'm surprised he's just limped with the eights in the hijack position. Nicholas ace jack. Well, he's certainly going to be raising. Nicholas Mellerin
6 raise all in.
ace jack, and he just lets rip all in. The problem with these limps,
1 pass.
they are very exploitable. Ace 10 for Nassim Sonsino. I mean, ace 10 suited.
2 pass. 3
Too much action.
pass.
Gets out of the way, the 6-4 folds, and now what does Vladimir do? Massive call. It's too big, I think, with pocket eights. Best case scenario, he's flipping. Probably only one hand that would do this that he's ahead of, that I can think of, would be sevens. I think sixes and lower would be flatting also. It's very likely 2 overs, and that's exactly what it is. Vladimir, pocket eights. He's limped in, but this is a huge shove. But Vladimir
325. So 3
looks interested. Shakes the head. He gets the correct amount from the dealer. In the tank here, the longer he considers this, I think the more likely he is to call. It's a really big shove. I mean, 3.3 million shove. It's close to half a stack. Vladimir in the tank, big moment. linked with eights in the hijack position. Nicholas is just looking for a fold. There's the call. Call. Big flip. Vladimir in actual okay shape here because there is an ace in the bin. I mean, Nicholas was just looking for a fold. He didn't want any action. Probably putting Vladimir on a small pair. This is a huge moment. 18 remain in the European Poker Sport Championship. All of these guys, of course, have locked up €1,722. Good shot. King would work, ace would work, jack would work. Vladimir with the 8 of diamonds may be relevant. Vladimir in the lead. 7 on the turn. And now you can see Nicholas. He knows he's running out of time. Misses. 8's hold. Huge pot. Monster pot. Elimination for Nicholas Millerin. I think that shove works a lot of times. Vladimir just decided to get stubborn. Dug in. Big call. 3.1 million back to him. And that is a very big stack now. 11 million plus for Vladimir. And we're down to 17 players. We will pause the clock at 16. Now, under the gun with the Jack-4 offsuit, Vladimir, one of the overall tournament leaders. In fact, he is the chip leader. Richard shoving here. Just under 20 bigs, and he runs into it. The overnight chip leader at risk here. Richard Horvath let rip. Big shove. 19 bigs in the small blind. And Matthias looks down at Kings and makes one of the easiest calls he'll ever make. Blind v blind. Matthias with Kings. 7.8 million pot. We're on the final 2-table bubble. That's the overnight chip leader coming into today, Richard. At risk, just 1 out. 3 of hearts has been folded, so just the 3 of spades left in the deck. Jack on the turn. 1 outer to keep Richard's life. Doesn't happen. Jack on the river. Keeps both players full house. Matthias with the bigger one. And that's it. Clock is paused. Dealer lets the floor know. Clock stops. That's a 9.5 million stack, you see. For Matthias, it's been a pretty good few levels for him. He'll go in as second in chips. The chip leader will be Vladimir. I mean, it's remarkable that we picked these 2 guys out and they end first and second in chips on this table. Vladimir, you can see total chip count for Vladimir there. 11 million, 9.5 for Matthias. Dirk 3.5 and short stacked. Nassim with just over 10 bigs. Another quick break, back in 10 minutes.
can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. Take a seat. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut.
You're very welcome back to the European Poker Sport Championship final day here in King's Resort. And this is our brand new feature table. We're going to be staying with this table until we're down to the final table of 9. So 16 remain. We have a couple of familiar players. chip leader on this table is Matthias, who we just seen knocked out Richard. Richard was the overnight chip leader. So also up there is Daniel Menger, who's sitting on 9.3 million. Now, Mutse, very short. That's basically 4 big blinds, and I put it in here. Four bigs and a dream. All of these guys have locked themselves up. 1,966 euro. Derek, we featured on the last table folding here. It's Daniel, the big stack folding, no problem in the cutoff. And Jenny on the dealer button, folding. This is Matthias, the chip leader, in the small blind with the king queen offsuit. Matthias putting Domas, all in Domas in C2 from Lithuania, with just about 9 bigs behind. So button moves, Matthias takes that down, brings his stack up to 10 million, given that there's 200k big blind, 200k big blind ante, and that 100k that's out there pre-flop. So we got about 400k profit from that last hand. Hello, Bobic. I'm certainly here, sir. Mutse. Under the gun here. Queen 3. I'm surprised he didn't shove the last hand. Well, he's certainly going to be all in next hand, I think. 4 bigs, half a stack in blind. Now, Domas with the king-queen suited raises, and Andrea in the big blind folds. Now Dirk under the gun. $16 remain. Big blind 200k. Average stack 4.4 million, which is, well, it's only 22 big blinds, so it's pretty shallow. Expect a few bust outs. Kicking fast here. This is Matthias with the king queen cut off open, and Andrea is going to be shoving, I expect. Just 11 big blinds. Button open, well, a cut off open from the chip leader. and a button flop call. Well, I would like to see a 3-bet all in there. Mutze with king queen. Well, this is going to be crazy because he's definitely going to be all in. Now, this is what happens here. Matthias, well, he could reshove and isolate. That's certainly an option. Could flat, and that's what he does. Domas getting into flat. And this is the crazy situation. Andrea, well, 275, a shove here would be so beautiful. But she just flats. And possible for Mutze to quadruple. Well, that'd be difficult given that Matthias has the same hand as him. So king queen, 10-9 suited, and ace jack, and Domas. Well, Andrea could have just ended this pre-flop. Domas gonna move in here now, protect his top pair. Andrea in the tank. Well, now is not the time to put in all the chips. I think it was pre-flop. I think it would have worked beautiful, particularly after Mutze moved in. I think that was a great opportunity for Andrea. Now, Mutze is all in. There's very little chance of a bluff here because the cards are going to be on the back. There's a player all in. 9-10. Outflops the king queen. Not great news for Mutze because 2 of his queens and 1 of his kings already in the dustbin. So just 3 outs, and you can see that's why the 2 overs are such a low percentage. Now that's interesting. There's 2 pair for Domas, would give a straight for Mutze. Ace would work also. 9 ace for the straight doesn't happen. Mutze bust up, and look at the jack on the turn. Andrea would have scooped a pretty sizable pot. Big ass go bus contributing in the chat. Thank you so much, Big ass go bus. So that means we're down to 15 players, and that means all of these 15 players will be guaranteed a minimum of 2,200. Great situation for them all. Now, King Jack from Matthias, who's running the show here, but Domas has, well, he's actually doubled up that last hand. He knocked out the short stack and he got a bunch of chips off Andrea and Matthias, and he looks down at ace queen, and now pocket eights moves in. Andrea Vintu from Veronica, all in with the pocket eights. Domas with the ace jack. Andrea Vintu all in for a tournament life, but that's a pretty good flop for eights. 4.1 million in the pot. Domas with ace queen. 10 on the turn now. Avoid a queen, avoid an ace, and win a 4.1 million pot easy. Just like that. Andrea Vintu wins the pot. Andrea Bintu wins the all-in race and doubles through Domas. That is Andrea, you see in the center of your screen, stacking up. Andrea Bintu, who now goes up to 20 bigs. Daniel Menger up top along with Matthias, both sitting on around 45 big blinds. Domas now 2.9 million, 14 bigs. A nice decent chunk of chips in this table, given that the average stack's about 4.5 million, which is only about 23 bigs. So with just 2 tables in play, most of the chips on this table. Now 9-10 suited for Dirk, 15 big blinds. Five, 6, 8. That's a good shot for Dirk. Absolutely none of it for Daniel. But Dirk checks in the small blind. And a 300 bet by the big stack Daniel Menger. Dirk going nowhere just yet. Now a double gutter for Dirk. So a 7 or a jack would give him a straight. Gone check, check. Queen of clubs on the river, and now Dirk's going to go for this, I reckon. 10 high. Probably not good enough. So I think we're going to see Dirk try and steal this one. It's going to be difficult for Daniel to call with jack high. .525 BMW going to do the trick. Daniel Menger, well, he's thinking about this one. What's he beaten? Well, he's beaten exactly what he has, 9-10, 7-9. Well, 7-9 makes it straight, so pretty much 10 high. Dirk takes it down. 700k profit. Button moves. Dirk on the button, and Daniel Menger hosting small blind. In the big blind position, we have no problem. Under the gun, Jenny. 15 remain average stack. Well, it's close to the 5 million mark. Just to let you know that right now in Kings Resort we have the European Poker Million running. That is million guaranteed. Daniel on the button with the ace-10. Makes it 500,000 with ace-10. Now, Andrea Bintu with the King-Queen suited. Andrea going to open here. Looks like 400,000 min raise with King-Queen of Hearts. Dirk folds and Daniel Menger with the 7-5 suited in the cutoff. No problem with pocket eights. Looks like Daniel has flatted with the 7-5 of diamonds and now no problem on the button. With the pair of eights, puts out 400k, puts it in. Small blind, Jenny gets out of the way. And Matthias in the big blind getting a super price here, ace-9. And you can see his equity. Very decent. Ace-9. Big blind. 1.7 million out there. Just 200 to call. It's like 8.5 to 1 on his money. Absolutely ginormous. There's the 200k compulsory call from Matthias. 4-way, but his ace will be good if he hits it. Well, 9 will be good also. Will it be top pair? Almost 2 million in the pot. Jack, 7. Daniel has flat best. I think now is the time to take this pot. 4-way, he wants to protect his 2 pair. I'm surprised he's checked here. Well, pocket eights is actually in the lead. That jack is not a great card for Daniel because it gives him a full house and no problem with the bigger full house. Now, no problem with the full house. Checked him twice. Of course he's going to bet out and he's going to get called by Daniel. Daniel is going to be at least calling here. These are $500,000 chips, pink chips, recently introduced. Well, he's not thinking about raising, wouldn't make too much sense. Sure, he just flat calls here. There is the call. Nine on the river. Mateus would have got there. No problem. Will more than likely value again. After Daniel checks. Wow. Okay. Now, is this a value bet or slash bluff? I am not sure. It's difficult for no problem. This is an interesting bet. Is Daniel going for value, or what he perceives to be value? Flop was checked. No problem, checked back. Then the turn was checked around him again, and then he bet out. Daniel just flatted. And now the 9 on the river. It's really interesting. I mean, it could work. It really could. Does Daniel believe he's ahead? That's what I'd love to know. He must believe he's ahead. Wouldn't be out of the question, given the way the hand is played out. No problem with a big problem here, because 1.5 million is a huge percentage of his stack, and there's a ton of hands that beat him. But he makes the call very strong. Now, Daniel turns over as if he's in the lead. I think Daniel believed he was good there. That was a value bet, not a bluff. That was a very sizable pot. No problem. Now up to 8.6 million. And you can see he's top of the chip count chart. Just 14 players remain. Average stack around 5 million. We play down to 9, of course, then we pause the clock. Do a redraw. And that's it, final table. All of these guys now have locked up 2,200.
Hello guys.
Of course, it's the big money that's distributed on the final table. 55k for the winner. Top 4 places include the World Series of Poker Europe main event seat. And this is Andrea Bintu. Suited ace for Dirk. Well, we're down to 13. You can see top right, 5.5 million average stat. 13 remain. Ace, queen for Daniel Menger, who's gone from 10 million to 6.5 pretty rapidly. No problem, folds the 7-2 off. And Jenny, who we haven't seen play a hand, decides to come in on the button position with the king 10 suited for a call. Tie a small blind. Queen 8 goes into the bin, but Domas, who's been very active, likes to play 10-9, and with the kind of price he's getting, no surprise, makes the call. Dealer just asking for him to put the chips further over towards him. These are very big tables. Now, again, top pair with the straight flush draw for Domas. So monies will go in here. I expect Domas could downplay this, just take it down 1.5 million. I mean, he's less than a 2x pot size bet behind in a stack. So it wouldn't be out of the question for him to just rip here and fire at this pot. Top pair, flush draw, straight flush draw, and he moves in. Daniel with ace queen can't call this, and Jenny with good shot himself has to fold. Domas wins a pot. Button moves. Andrea bid 2 posts big blind and big blind ante, equivalent to 200k for each bet. And Domas, who you see in the centre of your screen, posting the small blind. This is the European Poker Sport Championship, and we're broadcasting live from Kings Resort. This is a €300,000 guaranteed event for just 230 buy-in. Phenomenal guarantee given how small the buy-in is. This is Dirk under the gun with the 3-2.
5 pass, 6 pass, 7 pass, 8 raise, 600,000.
Jenny with about 30 bigs opens with queen 10 and the cutoff, and Matthias with
1 pass,
40
2
bigs
pass,
folds.
3 pass,
Andrea bid 2 in the big blind decides not to defend. Well, that's interesting. Andrea snap folds the ace 5 in the big blind, not interested. Dennis Moravec has joined. Thank you so much, Dennis, for tuning in. Absolute pleasure for me, for us, for everyone in Kings to bring you this live stream, and we do it for you, Dennis. This is all for you, this poker content. Pretty interesting event.
so the biggest chips need to
It's playing kind of mixed.
500k chips,
Standard is so-so. I think
6
it's
pass,
just a little bit too nitty.
7 pass,
Jenny, though, ain't playing tight. We've seen him enter queen 10, king 10, and now he's going to enter again with the queen jack.
8 raise, 500,
And he makes it 400k with the queen jack of clubs. Pius will fold the 7-5, and Domas, who's been the most active, I think, Domas, he folds out, but Dirk in the big blind now with 9-6 off just snap folds. Big blinds are being surrendered left, right and centre. No one wants to defend. Jenny takes advantage. Queen jack of clubs takes down the 500k, $500,000 that's out there. That's like 10% of the average stack is out there before a card is dealt. So big incentive to go after these blinds. Well, I certainly would be incentivized. Jenny, well, this is a good situation. He's raised 3 or 4 times now, and this time he actually picks up a genuine hand. Going to make it 600. Well, he's sized up. I'm not loving the sizing, because what's he getting action off? Well, nothing. Not in a tight table. He's getting 0 action except off a hand that's better than him. And it's just going to be folded all around. Just a little bit too big, this 3x for me. But still, $500,000 profit. I mean, not to be sniffed at. Jenny takes down another one. $13 left, all guaranteed 2,500. Under the gun is Jenny. 1080 is suited, but it's too early position. I think he just folds this. I think he should just fold it, but well, he decides to limp. Well, it looks like he's got the memo that table's playing very tight,
3 pass.
so he's getting involved.
5 pass.
But I'm not loving this
6.
under the gun
pass.
limp. I mean, a hand like this, King Deuce,
7 check.
shouldn't be in the pot, but he's getting a free flop. And he's going to stick around, making a pair. That kind of board all over the big blind's range. He's going to check, check. Good shot. That will help Jenny. Now bets out. And no problem with the best hand. He's bottom pair. But he's thinking
7 pass.
he's out of position. What's the river bet going to be? And he's not willing to start investing money. Bottom pair. Jenny takes down another pot. Brings the stack up to 7.8 million. Was down to under 6 million there at one stage. 5.5, 6 million. So 13 left in this European Poker Sport Championship. Down to 2 tables. We have 7 on our feature table and 6 on our outer table.
One pass. 2 pass.
We lost Mutse earlier on. He was super short, basically blinded down to 2 bigs behind, put it in with King Jack and got called in 3 different spots.
5 pass.
Domas with the 10-9. Hit a 10. End of story. Mutse hit the rail. And now no problem, small blind. With the ace jack suited.
7 raise. 750.
Oh, well, it's very big sizing.
Big pass.
But the rewards are there. There's plenty of money out there pre 200k big blind and the 200k big blind ante. So no problem. Happy to take down the pot. Jenny surrenders. Putting moves. Jenny posting small blind and Matthias, who's one of the big stacks. Posts big. This is Domas under the gun.
5 of hearts off.
Domas from Lithuania with the Jack 10 offsuit under the gun is too weak.
2
Should be
raise.
just
5.
going into the dustbin.
3 pass.
But Domas, well, he's shown a lot of desire, this guy.
5 pass.
But I'm not a great fan of this Jack high open under the gun.
7 pass.
Given the situation, he's like 17 bigs behind. Now, big price from Matthias. Daniel is like the calling chip in there with the ace 8 suited. Matthias in the big blind, just 300,000 to call it, getting 5 to 1. Well, that's a mistake if you ask me. 5 to 1 in his money. Having said that, he doesn't know where he is. He does hit his ace, but he can almost flop 2 pair. Trips straight. Well, would have got him in big trouble, but I do think it's a defend. Now, Dumas going to rep this ace. Of course he is. He's the one that opened under the gun. He's the one with the big cards in his range. And he's going to fire. And he's going to get called on this street from Daniel. He's just going to flat call. There's always the chance he's up against a bigger ace. And I mean, even if he's not really losing value by just flat calling. A raise would probably scare off all the weaker cards. Well, this is perfect now for Daniel, who can bet now when check to him, but Domas is going to fire again, it looks like. Apply pressure. Well, this will be pressure.
Too bad, 800.
And Daniel does not even think about it. He flicks in the two 500k chips. You get a couple of 100k back. An absolute snap. And that deuce on the river improves his kicker. So now he's playing aces and deuces with a jack kicker. So ace jack, ace queen, ace king is really the only thing he's worried about. And this is quite remarkable that Dumas has moved in, has he? For the full amount? No way. He actually has. And he's bust up. Daniel hasn't covered. Dumas, well, he was shown a lot of ambition. He was definitely the most aggressive on the table. But Daniel was just in the perfect place just to call, had position. It was Matthias in the big blind with an ace also. He would have chopped it, but he stuck around. He knows how that would have played if Matthias was there. Probably would have saved Dumas actually. More unlikely he would have blasted off with an extra opponent in the hand. I thought he'd shut down when the jack came, gave him a pair, two pair draw, trip draw. He could have checked hope for showdown, or certainly could have checked call a bet. Not really sure what was going on, to be honest. Probably, but this gentleman Daniel on a kind of hand he had and thought he'd move him off it. But the deuce wasn't a great card for him, given that it improved Daniel's kicker.
8 pass. One pass. 3 call. Oh, heads up.
Brea Bintu with the queen jack flopping 2 pair and Daniel flopping the nut flush draw. We're going to see action here. Andrea's going to bet out and Daniel going absolutely nowhere.
550.
Daniel just calling with the nut flush draw. Well,
50 more.
there is the call. $500,000 chip and now 225k chips. Five in the turn doesn't change anything. Andrea Bintu will be moving all in here surely. 2.2 million in the pot. She's less than a pot size bet behind. All in it is. How much is it to Daniel? And makes in the call straight away. Ace, no good. Club and club only. 7 outs. Big favourite is Andrea Bintu here, but she needs to avoid a club or she will be going home. Andrea makes a full house. 6.2 million. And you can see the field size down to 11, which means all of these players guaranteed €2,738.
500 right there.
You felt the money was going in. I thought it would go in on the flop. And I
500.
guess Daniel's getting a big price. Close enough. A little bit loose, maybe. Having said that, he might have felt his ace was good if he hit it. However, Andrea bin 2 flop 2 pair gets the absolute maximum. If you've just tuned in, you're watching the European Poker Sport Championship, and we're down to just 11 players. Less than 1% of the field, the starting field, left in the mix. Now, Daniel
7, 8 pass.
folds.
One pass. Ich auch. 3 pass.
Good for defense.
Good for all in. Snap. 700 Guys, the blind is up. Okay.
So, Jenny probably playing the best poker here, to be honest, on this table. Matthias, of course, we've seen from the last table, very capable. Andrea bin 2 folds Dirk. Queen 8 in the small blind. Oh, that's tight. Daniel gets a walk with the ace 7, and he flicks over the ace.
How does it smell? Eight pass. One pass.
Now pocket pair for Andrea bin 2 in the cutoff sevens, and it looks like she's just limped with the sevens. Well,
6
this
goes.
will certainly price Daniel into the pot, and look at this, no problem. But the real hand, pocket queens. How big does he go? Both players covered. All of these players playing above average stack. Average is around 6 million. And here's the raise. Looks like 700k on top.
7 raise. 950,000.
So 950 total. 700k for Andrea to call. Pocket sevens.
3 pass.
Snap fold. I don't think Daniel will be snap folding, I'll be honest. Well, fairness, he does fold. No problem. Takes down the pot. Gets a stack up over 9 million. $36 bigs. Lines are 125, 250. Now Matthias, ace-9 under the gun. Very early position.
500.
But he does come in with a minimum raise, 500,000. Andrea Vinci folds and Dirk
5 plus.
will fold. Daniel Menger with the Jack 6.
7 plus.
And Jenny here in the big blind with the Cowboys.
Raise 1.4. Leave it. You're in the hand. 1.4? Yes, 1.4. Pull out the chip.
See these 100k chips? They're going to be racing up the 5k chips. Matthias getting punished
Yes.
for opening light. King's shown.
Big blind. To 50 and to 50. Yes. I take the chip. Good luck. Five pass. Say it again. I think six raise, 800. 7 pass. 8 pass. 3 pass.
Genau das gucken wir nachher an. Das bringt schon was.
So this is a new blind level, 125, 250. And we are 11-handed. All of these players wrapped up 2, 7, 3, 8 for themselves. Of course, massive money up top here. 55,000 for the winner.
6 raise, 800.
Daniel under the gun with the King Jack makes it 800,000.
7 pass. 8 pass. 3 pass.
Just 11 big blinds behind for Dirk. Daniel is pretty active. I wouldn't be surprised to see an all-in shove here from Dirk. Well, he certainly should be continuing. Sizing is pretty big. It's more than 3 times the big blind. So, I'm guessing Dirk is actually considering a fold. But he does do the right thing, shoves it in, and action back to Daniel, who's priced in now just 2.3 million to call, which is less than 10 big blinds. So Dirk shoves here with the ace-9. And we've just had a bust out on the outer table, so 10 players left in the mix. Daniel Menger getting close to 2-1. Well, Dirk's happy about that, I tell you. He's not looking for any action with ace-9. Takes it down, and Amu 040, very good shove. Yeah. Agavin asking, is Henry still doing commentating for Kings? Well, not at the moment, but Henry is very much in demand these days. I'm pretty positive you'll see him back here for one of the big events. Dirk folding the small blind 9-4 off, and again getting a walk is the big man with the big card, showing an ace, Daniel Menger. So we are 10-handed, 5 on this table, 5 on the outer table. Looks like Matthias was moved to the outer table. Andrea Bintu opening here. Well, she limps with the ace-4 suited. Daniel, of course, he's going to come in with the Jack-9 suited, you'd expect. Just 1-2-5 for the price he's getting. 7-1 on his money. This is no problem. In the big blind, who checks his option? No one with any piece of this. But look at this, no problem. Recognizing that he's got more of this type of flop in his range than the early position limper and the small blind. Fires out, gets a snap fold, and it brings the stack up to 9.5 million. Average is around 6.5. But in fact, there's 72 million chips in play, so 7.2 million is the average stack with 10 players left in the mix. Ten-handed, 5 in this table, 5 in the outer table, final table bubble. All these 10 players have locked up 2,700. This is Andrea Bintu under the gun with 5 million, which is equivalent to 20 bigs. Big blind 250. So no problem is raised here with the Jack 9 suited, and it looks like Jenny has just flatted with the Ace 9 suited. No problem, out flops him, makes 2 pair. Jenny with the backdoor clubs, no problem. First to speak. So I see a few comments about the graphics, saying it's great to see the displayed volume of players left, average stack, and that is really a cool feature. I absolutely love it. Tells you what the story is. You see it there top right, 10 left of 1,437, and the average stack now 7.185 million. Bottom right gives you the pot size and the blinds. Daniel in the cutoff with the Ace 3. Daniel, the most active. No problem, folds the button, but Jenny in the small blind may show interest with Queen Jack. 600k is the raise size from Daniel with the Ace 3. Looks like Andrea Bintu has folded, so we're going to go two-way to a flop. Out of position is Jenny, but Jenny has made top pair. $700,000 it looks like into a 1.7 million pot. Snap call from Jenny with the top pair. Daniel with just an ace or the backdoor spades, backdoor straight. King only helps Jenny, gives him a good shot to go along with his pair. Daniel decided to check back with that king on the turn, and Jenny just happy to go to showdown, but Daniel might sense weakness and try and steal this. Turn was checked to him, he checked back, and now the river is checked to him. Ace high, oh boy, huge, 2 million into a 3.1 million now. Jenny, very polarizing bet this. He either has it or he doesn't. It's a big moment. 2 million. Jenny It's a huge proportion of his stack. He's just playing 5.5 behind. But he's played his top pair very passive. So he's always got to expect this is a possibility. His opponent's going to try and steal it when he checks turn and checks river again. So the straight, he's a blocker to the straight, which is an important card. Less of a chance of his opponent having the straight. Queen 10 is the nuts, as we can see. Jenny with a queen and is holding. Here's the call. That's a decent call. We said this guy knew what he was about, and I think the way he's played it is pretty cool, to be honest. When he plays that top pair so passive, he's got to be prepared to make a call, and that brings him up to 11 million, the chip leader. There's 10 players left in this European Poker Sport Championship, 5 on this table. That's the chip leader. Daniel's after taking a massive hit there. I think it might have worked on the turn with the king, may have, but given that Jenny had that queen kicker like that, was giving him the good shot to go along with his pair of jacks. Hard to know. Just over 7 million is the average stack. So basically Daniel is about half the average. Big blind's a quarter mil. So he's just about 14 bigs. And you can just see from his demeanour that really has affected him. He's a little bit tilted. Now, no problem in the cutoff. 7-5 of spades. Andrea Bintu with the King Jack of diamonds. Average stack just over 7 million. Andrea comes in from the small blind with a call, and Dirk in the big blind, who's pretty short folds. Andrea Bintu with just 15 bigs behind. No problem with 7-5 of spades. No problem, has the advantage of position. But this is a massive flop for Andrea, who needs to check this. No problem is going to be firing at this 10 out of 10 times. Unfortunately, Andrea's just going to end the hand here, unless no problem goes off him, but he's not going to. He's too clever. He knows that Andrea is playing pretty snug. But I mean, check there was the order of the day. Andrea Bintu, she absolutely smashed that flop. And she's first to act. Of course, no problem's going to be firing out in that kind of board, given that he's the pre-flop raiser. Pretty aggressive player. But a win is a win, and Andrea takes the pot down. This is the final table bubble, which basically means when the next player is busted, we're going to stop the clock, pause everything, freeze everything, redraw, join the two final tables together, bringing you one final table of 9 players. So the main event that's kicked off tonight in Kings is the European Poker Million. It really is a fabulous event. Crazy guarantee, a 1 million guarantee all for just 500 buy-in, less than a 500 buy-in. It's 445 plus 45. That has just kicked off day 1A. Of course, there's several starting flights throughout the week, and then we're going to be bringing you all the action next weekend. Now, Dirk, ace queen button, definitely going to be putting chips in. 15 bigs, 14 bigs. What's he going to do? Put it all in. Looks at the clock. Ace queen suited. Moves all in. Daniel folds the king 10 and no problem will fold jack 10 in the big blind position. You can see 5 players on this feature table, 5 in the outer table, 10 players remain. Final table bubble. This is Dirk Schellenberger. Queen 10 under the gun folds, and Daniel, who's taking a few big hits, folds, but no problem is going to be opening. No problem on the button here with the King Jack.
Prinzipiell ausgeschlossen. Voll Dank. Da
Now Dirk ace jack suited. A couple of players have limped. Opportunity here for Dirk. $1.1 million out there. Interesting decision. Dirk has opted to check. So ace jack suited for Dirk. Now Jenny limped in the dealer position with the queen 9 suited. He's live, he's suited, and he hits top pair. Unfortunately for Dirk with the ace jack, he's not going to be taking any money out of this pot. Jenny is going to fire on this queen high board, protect his top pair, and opportunity missed, I think, for Dirk, who I expected to let rip there with about 14 big blinds. The ace jack. Now interesting, Andrea with second pair does have the ace of hearts for the backdoor flush. Dirk lets it go. Turns out to be a good decision as ace is dead. Jack no good. And now Andrea Bintu goes ahead. Two pair. And she likes to lead when she hits Andrea Bintu. And this will put Jenny in an awkward spot. I think he just gets rid of this queen 9. Andrea Bintu coming in out of the small blind position. He's got to give her credit for a hand here. I don't think he's going to call here. Andrea playing way too snug. Well, this surprises me. Really does. I don't think he's going to make this call. He's counting out chips, but wow, I'm gobsmacked that he calls here. What's he beating? Unless Andrea Bintu has turned her hand into a bluff, calling with a flush draw or something like that. 10 on the river. Jenny checks back, loses a big one. I'm surprised he made that call. And Andrea Bintu, who flopped second pair, she did have the backdoor heart, so I think that's perfectly reasonable for her to check call a bet there. And then she's made two pair. She fires out a bet, which I thought would get rid of Jenny, but Jenny just didn't give her credit for the hand she had. He probably felt like she was turning her hand into a bluff. I'm not really sure what else he could be thinking. She's not in the hand with, like, I don't know, king 7. She's not in the hand with a weaker queen. The only reasonable option is that she had a flush draw that she turns into a bluff on the turn, trying to get to the river. Okay, so action now with Andrea Bintu once again on the button. 7.5 million, which is just above average stack. This is Dirk, who should have ripped there, I think, with the ace jack suited pre, and Daniel now with an absolute monster. And Dirk has given him a walk every time, and every time he has an ace, but this time he has two aces. So interesting feature table here. For me, no problem is the guy showing probably the highest level of skill. Jenny looks pretty competent. I was kind of surprised with that call on the turn. Now Jenny under the gun with the Jack 7 suited. Final table bubble. Dirk with pocket eights. 14 big blinds.
I say nothing.
That's the benefit of ripping there. You can see hands like Jack 9 that eights are flipping against have to just fold out. Dirk takes down the pot, adds 625k to his stack. 250 big blind, 250 big blind ante, and then the 125 small blind. Open ender and flush draw for Jenny. Andrea with the nut flush draw. Jenny going to steal this one. Andrea Bintu does have that spade draw. I mean, she's in the lead here. Huge favourite. 650,000. Now, what happens on the river if both miss? That's going to be an interesting one. But 5, 6, 9 or 4 would be good for Jenny. And I think he just, on this card, he has to give up. And he does. And Andrea Bintu is going to win a sizable pot here, 2.2 million. Jenny won't be too happy. And you can just see the disgust on his face. It was a horrible river card for me. Very hard to fire again. There's no chance of moving Andrea off a 7x. Or like, I don't know, hand like 9s or 10s. And there is your chip count graphic. It's an all German affair with Andrea Bintu representing Romania. Daniel, the shortest, along with Dirk. And then, no problem, the big stack, Andrea Bintu. 35 bigs, Jenny, down to 7 million now, which is about average stack, about 28 big blinds. So, final table bubble, under the gun Dirk, who doesn't realise action is on him, and folds, and Daniel folds Queen 7. This is no problem. He's going to open on the button. This guy knows what he's about. Reminds me of Rocky Boatman. Our UK viewers will
7 raise.
You're very familiar with who I'm talking about.
725. 8 pass.
Makes it 7-2-5 and no defense from the blinds. Rocky takes it down. Lines are still 125, 250,
6 pass.
and no problem here in the cutoff. Chip leader on the table. Gonna see another open here. Ace Queen suited.
7 raise. 775,000. 775. 8 pass. 3 pass.
Snap fold from the blinds. Dirk is going to be folding Queen 4 in the big blind. Not even going to consider defending with a hand as wide as that, so no problem. Building a stack. Average is 7 million. He's sitting on 11 million. It's the final table bubble. It's the European Poker Sport Championship final day. All of these 10 players guaranteed a minimum payday of €2,738. This was just a 200 buy-in, 200 plus 30. And there's 55,000 up top, just 10 remaining.
4 of hearts off.
So under the gun, no problem. He's going to let this one go, you'd expect. And Jenny folds the King 5 suited. Now, Andrea Bintu, 8.1 million. Raise on the button.
3 raise, 500.
Dirk, I think, just folds this ace 3. Small blind. Raise from Andrea. It does have to get respect, you'd feel. She's been playing pretty snug. Dirk is in the tank. I think he just lets this go. Given his stack size and the fact he's out of position and the fact there's still Daniel left in the hand, it's just way too many complications. Does fold, and Daniel in the big blind. He is suited, but he decides no joy. Now, I just heard something on the outer table. I think there's action. Yeah, it looks like the clock is being paused here. All of these people have made the final table. That's your TD. Confirming the situation, we're down to the final 9 players. We're going to do a redraw and come back after a quick break and bring you the final table of the European Poker Sport Championship. Do join us. Looking forward to it.
How much you have?
Not much.
Never mind.
can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. Take a seat. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. Take a seat. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut.
Welcome back. Final table time here in Kings Resort. Final 9 players. And look who's up on top. Vladimir. Remember, he was all in with the Jack-9 on the button for 7 big blinds, ran into Kings. Hit a 4-card flush. But he made his own luck, this guy. He was the standout player on our last table. For sure, he showed the greater ambition. And now he is chip leader on the final table here. 9 players left in the mix. Average stack is 8 million. That'd be right. 72 million in play. 9 players. 8 million is the average. Couple of real short stacks. I'm looking at Daniel Menger and Dirk Schellenberger, but Dirk in particular well able to navigate with a short stack. Tech team just wiring up the players. We're about to kick off, same blind level, 125 250. All these 9 players will be guaranteed €3,298. So, almost set. Big blind is 250. And the chip leader, you can see him on the left. Just there, straight in the center of your screen. That is Andrea Bintu, sitting on about 9 million, Andrea. Average is 8 million. Sent to your screen as one of the short stacks, Daniel Menger. And you can see in the sunglasses there, definitely one to watch is no problem. And that is Zainal Danisman in the blue top, WSOP blue top. He's sitting on about 5.6 million, and we're off. Chip leader, small blind. Yuri posting big blind. Under the gun is Andrea Bintu, who you see there in the center of your screen. Andrea with the 9-6 offsuit, just getting ready to fold.
Baby chair. Yeah. 3 plus. New one coming. 4 plus, 5 plus.
Kannst du hören?
6 plus.
Not long left in this 125 250 blind level. Matthias, 11 million stack. Certainly one of the more competent players left in the mix. And Matthias just showing Zainal Danisman where exactly to put his cards.
8 raise 500.
So ace 8 in the cutoff, 11 million stack average is 8 million. Min raise from Matthias, folded around to the chip leader in the small blind, who'll just let go of the 7-3 offsuit. You would expect. And Yuri Nemlik in the big blind with the queens. 7.2 million behind.
To raise 1.7 million.
And there's the 3-bet. Not nice when you open. Get it shoved back in your face. But not really too much you can do with ace 8. Pretty sizable 3-bet. So I think Matthias is just going to let this
8+.
go to the dealer. Flick in the chips and Yuri shows the goods. Now Jenny under the gun, that's Andrea Bintu hosting big blind ante. Blinds due to increase in 4 or 5 minutes. Nice. And for Jenny, the nicest in fact. Maximum starting hand, it's pocket aces. And with the blind, big blind at 250. We're going to see an open here. It looks to be about 650. Well, it's gone to a 3x for Jenny. He's made it 750 with the aces.
7+. 8+.
Hold it right around to the cutoff, and Zainal folds the a6 and the chip leader here with King Jack.
To raise. To also. 100 more, 750. 750. 2 call, 3 pass. No problem.
Yuri,
Comments up.
big slick in the small blind. I can't believe he just flatted with the ace king. Incredible. And I mean, Yuri, this could have got so big so soon. Ace king, he just flat calls, and now he can just easily get away. He's missed, and that's like a bad beat for Jenny. You open with aces, one of your opponents has big slick, and you just get one bet out of him.
Change the good luck.
I'm stunned that pot didn't get bigger. Jenny fired big straight away. That's your chip count graphic showing this situation. Just a couple of minutes left in this 125-250 blind level. That's the short stack. Who's under the gun? Daniel. King 7 offsuit. He folds, and now next is the Rocky Boatman lookalike. No problem. Dirk folds. He's another of the shorties. This is Matthias. Very competent. Very comfortable. King deuce just a little bit too wide, but he's coming in for a raise here, 500k. And action now with Zainal Danisman, who has the goods, big slick, and surely now we're going to see big slick 3-bet. 5.6 million shove. I don't mind it. 22 bigs. And once again, Matthias getting punished for opening light. I don't blame him. He's trying to establish his dominance here on the feature table straight away. But King 2 of Hearts just has to win them up. Of course, he shows the king as if he had a decent starting hand, but we know King Deuce was never a consideration of calling there versus a 3-bet all-in from Zainal Danisman with the big slick. I'm still kind of shocked the hand before this between Jenny with the aces and Yuri with the big slick. How many players go broke there? I definitely do. I'm like, I just don't fold ace king, and I'm certainly getting it back in my face when I 3-bet with it against the aces. So remarkable escape, just one bet. Jenny fired on the flop straight away. It was pretty clear he didn't overpair, and Yuri just folded out. Now big slick yet again. Vladimir, the big stack in the hijack with ace king this time. Got some big hands so far on this final table. Yuri in the cutoff, and it looks like a 3-bet. It's not going to work though. Yuri 3-betting the aggressive Vladimir. I can totally get his thinking. Vladimir likely to open there with pretty much any 2. It's not a great situation for Daniel, who just has to fold his pocket 3s. I mean, he's short, but he can't do anything with the interest. I mean, if Yuri just plays this straightforward, folds, you never know. Daniel might have just ripped there with the pair. That's the big stack. Vladimir, seat 1. 9 players still in the mix. Blinds are up. Blinds are 150, 300,000. So these short stacks now under severe pressure, and Dirk is one of them. But this time he looks down at ace queen. I think for like 11 bigs. I think this is just a shove. So 12 big blind stack. I think it all just goes in. Ace queen all in. Pious folds, and Zainal, I'm not sure why he's interested. King 3 off. Well, he's not actually. Vladimir won't be either. And Yuri try to move on the big chippy, but he just picked the wrong time. Jenny on the button folds the queen, jack, and now just the blinds. Daniel super short, 2.5 behind, and no problem. Lets it go in the big blind. So, still 9-handed on our final table. So, center your screen, you see no problem. Button position, posting blinds is Dirk in the small blind and Matthias in the big blind. That on the right hand side of your screen is Zainal Danisman, who's under the gun here with ace-3 offsuit. Now, Dirk, small blind, 3.5 million. You would think he would shove there. Would definitely get through. Pick up the 750 that's out there between the blinds and antes, but Dirk deciding too high risk a move. I'm shoving there, that's for sure. But Dirk lets it go. Matthias gets a walk. And now he posts small blind. Big blind is the Austrian Zeno, and under the gun is the chip leader Vladimir, who you see in the very left hand side, bottom left of your screen, next to the dealer. First to speak, 300k, that's Vladimir. 17 million, ace, 8 under the gun. Double the average. He's average stack for 400. Just around 70 million chips in play. Andrea been 2 folds. I think we've seen a small pair folded by Yuri, which I kind of like, to be honest. Now, what's Jenny doing? 6-3 offsuit. Well, he's going off in one here. He's going to open. The short stack folds and action with no problem who folds. Dirk snap folds. Small blind is Matthias, but he won't be folding. Small blind here. King Queen, he is suited. Jenny, I mean, he's just attacking the big blind of Zainal. He probably has some intel that Zainal might be just a little bit too nitty in the big blind position. But he's got to deal with this guy first, Matthias Nachtigall, the German with King Queen of clubs, who just puts in the calling chip. And now Zainal with Queen 9 in the big blind, getting pretty decent price. 300 just to call, 6-1. This is mandatory, and there is the additional 300. It's got to go in. There's no chance of a fold here. Come on, Zainal, you can do it. You can call. And eventually he drops the chips in. Matthias giving him a bit of a look, thinking, wow, what's going on here? Is this guy a monster that he was going to 3-bet with? He decided to just underplay. Well, it's a great flop for Jenny, who's absolutely nothing, but he can rep this board. He's the one with the pocket aces. King Queen, a good shot from Matthias. But look at this. What's going on? I mean, Zainal was picking up chips as if he was going to fire, but Jenny can just fire here without a chance of getting raised. Matthias, King Queen, backdoor royal flush, but snap fold from both him and Zainal. Please don't show. Jenny shows 6-3. Well, it might loosen things up a bit.
Die hatte ich eben auch im Small Blind erzählt. Schöner Wunsch gewesen, Freeflop, ne? Nicht mal 600 dabei.
Now, Yuri under the gun took a bit of a hit against Vladimir. Folds, Andrea been 2 folds, and this is Jenny. Ace 10. He's going to open here. And this is one of the disbenefits of showing the bluff, is that you're going to induce action. And like when you open with a hand like Ace 10, like what do you do if you get like 3-bet? Look at the sizing. This is huge sizing. This is like a million. Well, it's a 3x, 900k, and it's folded right around to Dirk, and Dirk, great situation for Dirk, who's just going to pull the trigger here. I think he just puts it in. Now, you may be thinking he wants to keep Jenny interested. Jenny, of course, just showed the 6-3 off, but he doesn't mess around, Dirk. 3 bets for the lot. 3.5 million. This is the problem with the big sizing from Jenny. It's like he's going to be getting such an attractive price. Vladimir folds the nut low in the big blind and action back with Jenny. It's 2.6 million. It's 9 bigs back to him. So he's getting pretty much 2-1 on his money. He's a 3-1 dog, so he's not really getting the right price, but many times this 10 is good here also. Could be up against 8s, 9s, King Queen suited maybe. Well, he could be up against anything given he's just shown a bluff, and that might be going through his mind. That's a pretty decent fold from Jenny. Ace 10, given the circumstances. Dirk adds about 1.5 million to his stack. And that will just alleviate pressure for a short time. Big pressure on Daniel. On the left-hand side of the table, Daniel Menger, who's playing just around 2.5 million. And that's about 8 bigs with the big blind of 300,000. Well, good spot. 2.5 million, pocket nines. Put it all in, Daniel. Don't mess about. That's what he does. All in rip, 9 bigs, pocket nines. Dirk with the A7 will snap fold. I like the way Dirk just makes his decisions pretty quick. He's very clear-minded. Doesn't doubt himself. Now, interesting. Well, this is the kind of hand you don't want to be calling. Absolutely nothing in it. Jack 10 suited versus the 9s, but I think Vladimir, he's too often dominated in this situation. Could be up against Ace 10, Ace Jack, King Jack, Queen Jack suited. These type hands would rip. Could be up against a big pair, so it's like it's not an ideal situation for Vladimir, and he does have Yuri still to act. It's a close one. I think it's close. I think in the big blind, I think he snaps him off, but I'm not really sure about this one. So, Jenny under the gun. He folds, and now Daniel picks up a couple of blinds the last hand, gives him a little bit of breathing space. Not much, he's still the short stack. This is no problem. 11 million, King Jack. Button raise takes down the pot. Andrea Bintu in the big blind position. Let's go the 7 deuce. Blinds are posted. Button position, Andrea Bintu. And small blind is Jenny. Big blind is the short stack. So the short stack posting big blind ante. And he's just going to have a less than 10 bigs behind. I think he's about 2.7, which is about 9 big blinds behind. That's Daniel there in the left of the screen under the gun is no problem. Snap fold from Durka, now action with Matthias. King Jack in the hijack position. Looks like 7-2-5 from Vladimir, and it's folded right around to Daniel in the big blind position, and you can see just 9 bigs behind Jack 3 off. It's just a horrible situation. One of the hands that he just can't really defend with. It's just way too trashy. Let's go with the Jack 3. And that's the chip leader, Vladimir. That's the short stack, Daniel. And Daniel posts small blind to leave himself with 8 bigs behind. 9-handed on our feature table, final table. All these players have locked up €3,300 for themselves. It was just a 230 buy-in for this European Poker Sport Championship main event. It's been going on all week. This is the final day. This is Matthias with the King 4. So the beginning of these final tables, you can see ICM a huge factor in all these players' decision making. Certainly should be. There's real sizable money jumps, and that's what it's all about, getting paid, maximizing your finishing position, getting up that money ladder. Yeah, there's 3,300 guaranteed, but like 55k up top. More than 10 times that for 4th or higher. And an all-in rip here from Zainal with the ace queen, and look at this, Yuri moves in for 5 million with the jacks. Interesting. Yuri is not going to be delighted. You can just see he's hoping something like ace jack, pocket tens maybe, but the all-in was a pretty sizable rip, 21 big blinds, and Yuri feels jack's too big a hand to pass. I think I make this call. Zainal all in with ace queen, Yuri all in with jacks. Zainal has Yuri covered. Well, not good. Queen on the flop, that is not good. If you're sitting in Yuri's seat, and you can just see the disappointment. 2 of hearts, not going to help Jack, and Jack only, or Yuri be busted, eliminated, and he is eliminated. Ace queen connects on the flop, gets there. Yuri Well, he picked up some huge hands. What can I do, he says. What can I do with jacks? Yuri kind of shocked. Started with a pretty decent stack, 7.7 million. It was exactly average dealer, just going through the chip count procedure. And seat open is announced, confirming that we have lost Yuri Memlik in 9th place. Yuri will receive 3,300. Now, 12 million. Different scenario for Zainal. He's one of the big stacks on the table. He's second in chips, in fact. Only Vladimir with the bigger stack than him. Jenny, he'll be opening here for sure. Suited connectors. Plenty strong for him to open in the hijack position. 7-2-5 open with the 8-7 suited. No problem with a suited ace. Interesting spot. Ace-4 suited. Could be a hand he could 3-bet with for sure. Well, it looks like a 3-bet. I kind of like this. From no problem, he makes it 2 million. Pressure back on Jenny. I mean, he'd love to see a flop here with the suited connectors, but this is just way too expensive. Another 1.3 million, and he's out of position. What do? You flop a little piece of it, you're kind of compelled to continue, and who knows where it ends. Okay, hello. Jenny. Trying to muster something up there, but deciding, you know what? Too dangerous a spot. Lets it go. And you can see the scoreboard. Vladimir, big stack. No problem. And Zainal, joint second. And I think you're going to see Zainal move from seat 9 over to seat 1. Same situation for Daniel Menger, who's sitting on 8 big blinds. TD just making everybody comfortable. Moving Zainal over to seat 1. Two big stacks side by side. In fact, there's 3 big stacks all in a row. You have Matthias there in seat 8 on the very right hand side. And then seat 1 and 2 is Zainal and Vladimir. Eight players, all of these 8 players guaranteed 4,200 plus. Jumps now starting to really get significant. This is Vladimir, the chip leader, under the gun with this small pair. Really don't mind what he does here. Given that he's the massive stack, don't mind an open. I'm probably leaning towards a fold myself. But this is my least favorite option, the limp. I mean, how well do threes flop? Not very. Having said that, this has probably saved him some money. Dirk, Queens, 4.4 million. This guy I like, I really do. He's clear, he's concise, good awareness, knows his hands. Only thing, just a little bit tight blind v blind. Tends to let go his small and big blind just that little bit too easy. That's the only problem I have with Dirk. Besides that, I really do think he's an outstanding player. I like his clear thought pattern. Just very, very concise in what he does. Seems to recognize situations, and you can just see the concentration levels. This guy gets a stack, I would expect him to be there or thereabouts. Now Vladimir, massive stack, folds the small pair. I guess that's one of the benefits of just the limp with the small pair. You can just get away when you do get the shove. Dirk, Schellenberger, now up to 5 million, just above. Average stack is about 9 million. Interesting decision there from Vladimir.
3+, 4+,
With the right one, in my opinion. Chip advantage at this stage is massive, like,
7+.
given that a lot of pressure on these middling stacks. You just want to outlast the short stacks. This is Zainal in the small blind, and this is big stack versus big stack. Zainal, well, the open ship 22 bigs,
One raise over.
and it looks like he's going to move in here as well. Well, I mean, there's never any chance of getting called by a weaker hand. I think Vladimir folds the ace-jack here in this kind of situation. I know he calls with queens, kings, aces, and ace-king. I think they're the only 4 hands he calls with. I think even jacks maybe go in the bin also. Zainal shows 1 card. Vladimir with the king 10 didn't really have a decision. Now he posts small blind, pretty risky. Ace queen. I guess it's just such a narrow range of hands that can call you. The only problem I have with it, that none of the hands that do find a call are you ahead of. They're ahead of you. Now Daniel, same situation as last orbit. Pocket nines with the same stack, 2.5 million. And he moves in with the pocket nines. Daniel Minger.
8 pass.
Oh boy, over. Well, what's going on here? Well, he's on the button, I suppose, Zainal. So he wants to induce further action around the corner. So he's asking for a count, which is perfectly reasonable. And he's just going to smooth the call with the aces. 2.5 million shove. Smooth call incoming, trying to induce further action. He's not going to get it. Andrea Bintu is going to be folding. Unfortunate for Daniel. He's run into it here. Pocket nines into aces. Zainal on a bit of a heater. This will bring him up to about 16 million. It'll bring him joint chip leader with Vladimir. About double the average. Average is 8 million at the moment. Field 8 left. 9 on the flop. Well, that is huge. That is going to just springboard Daniel right back into this tournament, giving him a 5.7 million pot as long as he avoids one of 2 aces going to the river. Daniel Minger gets the double through Zainal Danisman. Massive moment. Huge, absolutely huge. You're on the way out of the tournament. You're mentally busted in your mind. You're thinking, right, where's the cage? Where do I get my money? Which bills am I going to pay with this money? Which holiday am I going to take with it? Going through all the scenario, thinking, maybe I didn't just get up that ladder 1 or 2 more runs. That's what's going through Daniel's mind, and then boom, 9 on the board. And you start thinking to yourself, hold on a minute, this could be my day. Daniel, close to 20 big blinds, still one of the short stacks. But this has given him a new lease of life. He folds the 9-2 under the gun and it's folded around to Dirk. Snap folds the pseudo connectors, doesn't want to know about it. Big spot. Ace is getting cracked. But completely standard situation. 8 big blind rip with the 9s from the short stack. And the player on the button looks down at aces. Now, on the button position here is Vladimir, the chip leader, 17 million. And this is Andrea Bintu in the small blind, and this is Jenny. 10-3 offsuit, not interested.
6 pass. 7 pass. 8 raise. 600. 1 pass. 2 pass. 2 pass. 4 pass. 5 pass.
So Matthias opening with the Queen 8 suited, takes it down. So who do you fancy? That's the question from Bobic. Well, it's anyone's game, isn't it? I picked Vladimir out in fairness. I like this guy, Dirk, straight in front of us. Matthias I like.
7 pass.
No problem.
8 pass.
Should be thereabouts. I mean, look, who knows? Who knows? Vladimir here with the 9-2 diamonds.
2 pass. 3 pass.
Hold it right around to Jenny, who's shown a lot of willingness, a lot of intent. And he's on the button here with 6.8 million. He's going to open with the ace-4 in his hand.
5 pass.
Lines fold. Well, no problem, hasn't folded yet, but I think the jack-deuce will find its way into the muck. And Jenny will take down the pot. Well, excuse me, it looks like Jenny limped with the ace-4. And already Jenny counting out chips to fire at the flop. Check, bet, fold, order of the day for sure here.
4 check.
Well, I don't know what's going on. Jenny's check back. No problem is picked up. Equity here on the turn. Good shot. Jack is good. Deuce is good. It's gone check, check. Ace high in the lead.
6 check or check showdown.
Jenny takes down the pot.
Ich wollte das direkt den Turn anspielen, ne? Als du den Flop gecheckt hast. Wie kannst du das nicht machen, checken? Das ist
8 pass. 1 pass. To raise 700.
So, ace-10 for Vladimir, the chip leader.
4 pass.
He makes it 700,000. And it's pulled it right around Daniel on the button, folds, no problem, gets out of the way, but Dirk in the big blind here, the short stack with ace queen. Dirk Schellenberger, who's comes off as very capable, not afraid to put his money in. I think we might see a 3-bet shove here. Versus Vladimir, the chip leader, this open can be very wide. given that Vladimir's all the chips. I think this is a spot that Dirk just has to take.
7 raise all in.
And he does take it.
2 call.
3-bet shove. I can't believe that Vladimir snapped him off. Well, that's a big call. 5 million rip from Dirk, and Vlad just snapped him off like he had feckin' ace king or bigger. Dirk has been playing pretty straightforward, hasn't got out of line. I'm surprised Vlad didn't think about this a little bit more. And he's not going to be happy with the situation. And Dirk is not a guy you want to give chips to. But there is still a lot of queens, a lot of tens for Vlad. Wow, he's hit. He's hit a pair. Good shot for Dirk. It's 50-50 exactly, but not anymore. Vlad, big favourite. This is just brutal. Dirk Schellenberger on the way out of the tournament, and he's busto. Eliminated. Vladimir. Well, he made a pretty spewy call in my opinion, and you can see Dirk just have a bit of a smirk. I was surprised that he called with the ace-10, and we're going to lose, in my opinion, one of the better players. That's the TD, just directing Dirk to the cage, where he will receive €4,219.
You don't want to make a misdeal again.
Now, massive stack. Big chippy. Vladimir told you this. Not afraid to gamble it up. Not afraid to put chips in. Has to be said, he did get lucky there, hitting his 10, but you don't buy the ticket, you're not going to win the prize. Vlad, 22 million, I believe. Zainal Danisman under the gun with the sevens. Seat 1, got his aces, cracked a short time ago. We're down to 7. Moves in, big shove with the sevens. And it's going to get called. This is unbelievable stuff. Jenny with queens. Well, this is huge, this shove. Given there's so many stacks smaller than Zainal, it's so risky. And this is the reason why. You're under the gun. So many players still to act. Always the chance you can run into it. And Zainal Danisman has run into it. He's run into Jenny with the ladies. Jenny taking his time here, not sure what he's thinking about. Well, he's just got one option really, and that's put his stack in. Zainal has him covered. There's no chance he can fold this. Please, Jenny, do not fold. Gotta put your money in. It's too big an opportunity. Too big a hand. What's Zainal doing this with? Aces and kings? No. Oh. What? What just happened? I mean, no problem with nines. I just can't believe this. The sevens get the nines and the queens to fold. This is just bizarre. Well, I mean, if you're going to get queens to fold with an all-in shove, you can just run absolute riot. And Zainal Danisman turns over the sevens. What is going on? I just don't know. I mean, Jenny, okay, in fairness, he had a decision, okay? And there's ICM implications. There's a couple of stacks shorter than him. All right, so, yeah, I mean, each of these money jumps are, I mean, they're so significant now that we're down to like 7 players. But what hand is he open shoving there with? well, no hand that beats queens. He's not doing that with kings or aces. He's going to try and get value for these super premiums. Might do it with ace king. We've seen him do it with ace queen. I'm just not sure about that fold. But maybe it's me. Maybe I'm just a crazy loose player. It just snaps off there too light every time. I'm sorry. 1 million times out of a million, I just go call. And I'm convinced I'm ahead.
8 check. One check.
See the fold with the nines. I'm probably leaning towards a fold with the nines, given the situation. I think nines. I think you can fold tens.
450.
I don't fold the jacks. I certainly don't fold the queens.
One plus. 7 plus.
7 players remain. It's the final table of the European Poker Sport Championship. This was a €200 buy-in, 300k guaranteed, 55k up top, and all of these 7 players have locked up approximately 6k. And then the next money jump is approximately 8k. Of course, all the figures I'm given are approximate.
Three pass. 4 pass. 5 pass. 6 pass.
Das ist so krank, ne? Er hat Damen nicht Neuner und beide.
8 raise. 800.
Snapfold-Igkeit, ne?
Chip. 1 pass. Super.
Ich glaube, da hast du König. Wer eh die 7 bekommen?
Matthias.
100%.
Pretty cool customer, this guy. Knows what is going on for sure.
Ja, Leute, 9. Ich wurde auch 9er gegen Damen. Ich glaube, da haben wir 8, 9. Und kommen mit 10.
Now Jenny under the gun,
5 pass.
and he limps under the gun with the Queen Jack. Well, this could be exploited.
Guys.
If he's folding queens pre, I mean, any kind of pressure will just get the Queen Jack here to fold out. Probably not from Zainal though, given that he showed the all-in rip with the 7s, so Jenny not likely to fold to Zainal. Zainal now just thinking of flatting on the button with the Queen Jack. Vladimir getting a big price with the 8-4. Massive stack, 23 million behind. He's basically average stack for 3-handed. Andrea Bintu has to move chips in here. Well, she is raising in the big blind, but the sizing is just so small that it's pricing in Jenny, who calls, and Vladimir does fold. He was getting a huge price there with 8-4. I think I'd go with that. It's just 400 to call, and there's 2.4 million in the pot. He's getting 8-1, even though he's a trash hand. I think that was a call. But we're going to go to a flop between Andrea Bintu and Jenny, and both have missed. Jenny does have that good shot. Andrea Bintu, first to speak, she checks, and a snap check behind from Jenny. 3 on the turn. Now Andrea needs to show aggression. She checks again, leaving the door open for her to get bluffed off this hand. Check back from Jenny. 7 on the river. And I like this bet, small sizing. 800k, 30% pot size bet. Jenny can't do that with queen high unless he turns his hand into a complete bluff and he decides not to do that. I mean, Andrea Bintu, she showed a lot of weakness on the flop and turn, and I think Jenny could have exploited that, taking the pot down certainly on the turn. I think Andrea wins the pot. Jenny takes a hit. That's Matthias under the gun. Well, he's not near under the gun. He's in seat 8. Under the gun is the short stack. Daniel Menger directly opposite the dealer, and that's Daniel there. Send to your screen with the 9-3 off.
5 plus. 6 plus.
Now, 5-4 suited. Why? Okay, someone needs to explain what is going on because I'm confused.
3 plus.
It's Zainal moving in with 5 high. Well, you know what? If he's going to get queens and nines to fold, it's the optimum move. I'd be opening every single hand. By the time you do run into the aces or kings, you've made enough profit that you can withstand doubling them up. And who knows, you might get lucky. Hit a straight or a flush. Now Daniel Shorty posting big blind ante. This is no problem under the gun. Matthias under the gun +1 with this queen 3 in the bin.
1 plus.
Zayn, I'll take a break, but Vladimir and the cutoff will open. Ace 10. He's a high success rate with Ace 10, Vladimir.
2 raise 1 million.
Andrea Bintu on the button, flats. This will be interesting, both players with the same hand. Now, Daniel Menger. 3 million in the pot, 600,000 to call. 5-1. And that's why he puts in the 500k chip, because them odds are so attractive. Huge value for the shorty, but he is desperately short. Big blinds 400k. It's just 9 bigs.
5 check.
Everyone has missed, but advantages with Vladimir, I think. He's the betting lead.
Check. 3 check.
Pre-flop aggressor, but he checks. And Andrea Bintu has the opportunity to win it, but she checks back. Now Daniel could pounce on this, but he checks. Nobody wants it, but Vladimir is not going to check twice.
1.1 million.
End of hand. Andrea Bintu will be folding. Ace high.
Pass.
Daniel had an opportunity on the turn to lead, would have taken it. King 5, no pair, no draw. Goodbye, Daniel. Give it up. Too late. He's missed the train. He's got to wait for the next one.
5 plus.
Vladimir, 25 million, and it must be nice. 25 million stack. Nobody near you. Playing for 55,000. Blinds 200k, 400k. Same story at the bottom. Daniel Minger. Jenny now getting close to that danger 10 big blind zone. Andrea bin 2 mid-table, but Thais is comfortable sitting on average stack. Now, Andrea bin 2 with the ace-7 suited in the cutoff, and Jenny looks down at ace-9 on the button. 3 betting spot perhaps, but he decides just to flat call on the button, and Daniel with the queen-9 in the small blind position. He's getting a massive price, but this is super complicated. This is, given his chip stack. Well, I mean, if this is a 3-bet, I'm loving it, but I can't distinguish what value chips these are. Looks like just a flat call. 200, it is a flat call. And the, well, pardon me, Andrea bin 2 limped. Not sure the reason, the thinking behind that. I guess if it all kicks off, she can just easily get away from the hand. She flops, good shot. Nobody else has anything, and it's checked all round. Nobody wants this. Eventually Daniel gets there, and this is the problem I have with Andrea's limp. You're pricing in the small blind. Daniel, top pair, 1.5 million, value bet on the river, not going to get called, no problem. Has hit the 3, but it's just not feasible that it can put 1.5 million in here. Still a couple of players to act. Closing the action, there might be an argument for it, but I don't think it's a valid option now. He does let go. Jenny, ace-9 on the button, could have raised pre, but decided just to call the limp from Andrea. And the short stack gets free blinds there. He's just been handed a donation. Happy birthday, Daniel. I think you just always got to be putting pressure on your opponents, particularly short stacks out of position. He should never get a flop there. Shouldn't be in the hand, and yet he walks away with like precious blinds. 5, 6 blinds, huge, absolutely huge. 30% of the average stack donated to him. Now, this is my favorite player on the planet at the moment, Zainal Danasman. Remember that name? 400,000 limps under the gun. And Vladimir, the chip leader, limps. Andrea Bintu limps. Jenny folded, I'm surprised, because he's getting such a massive price. Small blind ain't folding. King Jack is going to come along here. 200,000. He's getting 11 to 1. And nice to get a free flop when you're in the big blind, especially with 7-3. Well, it looks like this is nice. No problem was raised, and I love this. No problem, just recognizing players employing the limp strategy, trying to see flops cheap. And he looks down in the small blind position with the King Jack, and he squeezes, applies the pressure, and everyone's going to fold, including Andrea Bintu. Nice pickup, 2 million for free, no questions asked. Interesting final table this, it really is. It's massive money. This was just a €200 buy-in, so players, I mean, they've locked up already 6k. Now this is interesting. Jenny raises now with the 10-7. No problem, flats, which is pretty smart because he's not closing the action. There's still players to act, and one of these is Matthias, who's picked up a premium, and he's just going to put it all in. Matthias knows what to do with ace-king in these situations, and this is a horrible situation for Jenny, who's just set on fire 1.2 million. Absolutely nothing he can do. Now big slick for no problem. In the cutoff, 1.2 million, a 3x big blind is 400k. Hold it right around to Zainal, who folds the suited connectors, and Vladimir be folding 10-7 suited. I expect 825 to call. It's actually bit bigger than a 3x.
Mach eine.
Dasselbe wie er.
Anna.
König 3.
Antonia Kalaschnikow.
Das Schokoladageld, jedes Mal Million. Ich denke, ich bin Millionär, was?
Das war letztens erst auf private Geld. Was ich gerne abgerufen in die Big
Euch die Million.
Ace Queen cut off for Matthias. Now, action. Vladimir with pocket eights in the small blind. These guys have history, believe me. Two of the standout players, in my opinion, still in the mix here. So Matthias with the good shot. Pocket eights for Vladimir. Bingo. Nuts. Vladimir checks. Now, check back would definitely get Matthias paid, I'd imagine, on the 5th Street. $2 million, end of hand. Pocket eights can't continue. This board too likely to have connected with Matthias's range. I can understand Jack 10-5. Eights can be ahead there quite a lot, but with this king, it's just too likely that Matthias has a piece of this. I would have liked to seen a check there. Maybe, who knows what would have happened on 5th Street. Matthias Pocket sevens for Daniel. His short stack under the gun. Daniel, all in with the sevens. Don't mind this, but it's going to get called. Zainal, Danisman, big slick. Daniel Menger, pocket sevens, under the gun, all in rip. And now Zainal Danisman in the cutoff with ace king. So just waiting for Zainal to make the decision. But he's just going to flat or isolate with the 3-bet all in, which is definitely the way to go. Just want to induce anyone in the blinds. He's got to put it all in here. Get the short stack heads up. So any second now, we're going to see Zainal Danisman 3-bet all in. There's no other move. 5 million shove from the short stack in the cut-off position. Oh, sorry, in the under the gun. What's going on? He folded the ace king. Okay. Problem there with the fold is he's ahead of a lot of hands that Daniel will do that with. Daniel is just like 12 bigs and well, he's 13 bigs, so he's going to be posting big blind next hand. So he's going to be shoving there kind of, I think, ace 10 suited, ace jack, ace queen, king queen suited, and then you have, like, you know, all the pairs under that he's flipping against. But there's a lot of hands that he has crushed that Daniel's doing that with. And even if he runs into it, like if he runs into, like, I don't know, kings, he's still got his ace. The only hand really he's in terrible shape against is aces. And does he play the aces like that with 13 bigs? No, I don't think so. I think Daniel goes for, you know, value with aces. He tries to induce some action. So I'm not really liking that move, I'll be honest. I don't think it's the optimum move folding there. I think he needed to 3-bet, isolate, get that short stack heads up. Okay, he was in a flip situation. A lot of times he's not. A lot of times he has him absolutely crushed.
Ja, ich weiß. Ich bin noch ein bisschen aufbauen. Ich habe mich noch nicht an euch gewöhnt. Aber ich bin bald soweit. Ich wollte ja gar nicht fragen. Frag ihn nicht. Das ist mir jetzt zu viel fette Hände, zu kurzes Sortiert. Das ist nicht geheuer. Ja, schneller.
Now, no problem. Ace Queen. Jenny has ripped here with the 8-6 and he's getting snapped with the Ace Queen. And Jenny's just got blinded down. That's his problem. But his big mistake, I think, was folding the Queen's pre. He's going to realise that when he looks back in the stream. Yeah, I can understand the big money jumps and everything. And he just wants to survive. He wants to go up the ladder, but he just can't be folding queens in that spot. Hen 5-5, queen on the turn, so he does leave the arena as he's drawing dead to the river. And unfortunately, we lose Jenny. No problem. Now with a big stack, 15 million. And field size down to 6 players. Average stack, 12 million.
And he has 3 million. Er hat All-In gespielt, ja. Zu den Connector will Blanks klauen. Bombe-Gag gesagt. Ich habe eben noch gesagt, ich schieße. Sagst du schon, ja, jetzt schieße ich. Nicht was? Ich schieße. Ich brauche keinen Controller. Wie 150 Kilo, das reicht. Haben wir schon wieder einen Geldsprung überlebt, dank mir. Könnt ihr nächstes Mal Danke sagen.
Ja, wir danken dir sehr. Du hast es gut gemacht.
Danke. Jetzt aber nicht übermütig lassen. Immer genau die weitergehen. Passiert nichts anderes.
Now, no problem with the aces. 15 million stack. Average is 12 million, 6 left. You've just tuned in, you're watching the European Poker Sport Championship, broadcasting live from Kings Resort. This is the home of poker in Europe. The biggest, the best, the finest poker room casino to be found. And live poker is what we do, and it's what we do best. And we bring you all the action day in, day out, every week. We have a major festival, big guarantee. That's one of the unique features of Kings. Small, medium buy-in, massive guarantees. Now, what's going on here with Matthias? Big blind, well, he's defending with Queen 7 in the big blind. That's exactly what's happening. Queen 7 of clubs. He doesn't want to see a queen high board, that's for sure. That would cost him. No problem with the aces, but Matthias completely misses.
der hat 100% jetzt die 10 getroffen.
So that's the chip count. You can see Vladimir there with 23 million chips.
Two raise 1 million. 3 pass. 4. 5 pass. Six raise, 2.7 million. Ace pass.
So 3-bet from no problem with the 10s. I like this.
1 pass.
Going to get rid of the King Jack, and Vlad, who raised under the gun, just has to let go of the A6.
Two pass.
Ihr seid auch
Eine bei mir.
ein bisschen Angst, weil du UTG eröffnest.
10 König. Zwei.
Das ist aber auch nicht am Spritzen. Ich habe gesagt, ich spritze. 100%.
Wirklich.
Ihr müsst nur sagen, Stopp, dann gebe ich euch ein bisschen was Pause. Noch kein Stopp. Noch kein Stopp.
Andrea Bintu. King Deuce, no interest. And now no problem in the cutoff with Ace 9. 20 million stack.
Übermütig.
Matthias on the button with the 5s.
800. One pass. Two call. And after the flop.
Vlad calling a very wide here with 9-3. This is as wide as it gets, and he hits. Remarkable.
Two check.
Second pair. Vlad to be check calling here. I think Matthias tries to end this. Well, he checks back. Nice check back from Matthias. Vlad now happy.
2 by 1.1.
He's in the lead.
Eight count.
The redraw. Matthias
Two check.
hits a set on the river. Vladimir checks, but I think he might be calling, depending on the sizing, of course, from Matthias. But Matthias does go for the value bet here, which we know he will be. Straight, not feasible. Unless Ace 3 of spades possibly. But he would have surely heard from that on the river. So Matthias
8 bet.
fires 3 million. This is big. This is huge.
3 million.
Massive bet from Matthias. Now Vladimir. Well, he puts in the call. I don't blame him. The way it's played out. He could be doing this with ace king, king queen, these type of hands that missed. And just like that, we have Matthias top of the chip count chart. We share the chip lead with Vladimir.
Das ist Poker. Richtig hart treffen und er sieht, er callt.
Das sieht noch so schön weiter unten. Ich habe nichts. Scheiß Chip.
3 Millionen Wetten haben wir dabei. Das ist natürlich richtig stark.
Chip spielt. Five pass. 6 pass. 8 pass. 1 pass.
Oder probieren Sie das zu gewinnen.
2 raise all in. 3 pass.
Six players still in the mix if you've just tuned in. You are watching the European Poker Sport Championship main event. We're broadcasting live from King's Resort. All of these 6 players have locked up €8,000.
6 pass.
This was just a 230 buy-in. And this is the chip leader, Matthias.
1 pass.
Well, Vladimir has regained the chip lead after that last hand. He's sitting on 18 million.
2 raise 1.1.
And he's going to open again here on the button with the 10-7 suited. Daniel, nice 3-bet rip here from Daniel, who's really, I mean, he's really impressed me on this final table, Daniel. The earlier stream, he seemed to be a bit all over the place, but he's for sure introduced a few little controls, a little bit of discipline, and I like the clarity of mind he has here. Ace 9 big blind versus chip leader, button open. Of course, he's going to be ahead here so often he just lets rip, and this is a nice move. Vladimir can't call here. He has to preserve his chip stack. Can't get dragged down into them middling stacks. Hand the mantle over to Matthias would be not smart. So he's going to just let this go. Daniel is going to take his stack up to 6.5 million.
Big land.
Alles wieder nichts mehr.
Matthias under the gun folds the 8-3 off.
2 pass. 3 pass.
Ja.
10-3.
Wenn du es halt einstellen, ne? Weil wenn du race, ich call halt dieses Race.
Lines 200k, 400k. And no problem actually with the chip lead. Matthias, Vladimir, 17 million. And then we have 3 short stacks, 3 above average stacks, 3 short stacks. This is Zainal Danisman, 8 million now, averages 12 million.
2, 12, 400, 3 plus, 4, 5 plus.
Vladimir limps with the A6. And it's folded around to the small blind, which is no problem. He busted out Jenny just a short time ago.
Six. Call. You guys check? No. Okay. 8 check. Oh, because you do like. Yeah.
Maybe an angle there. Maybe an angle there.
3 bias to the flop.
It was one check, but I checked.
Queen Jack 7. Matthias
6 check.
flops.
Check.
Second pair.
2 check.
And now Vladimir goes into the lead.
Check, check. 6 check, 8 check. Two bet 400. 6 pass.
So it's going to cost Matthias money this. Does have a 2-pair draw, trip draw and a straight draw. So King Jack 10 would work, but the ace on the river, not good for him. And it's probably going to get Vladimir paid. Matthias will think it's less likely. He has an ace in his holding. Can't really put him on a queen given that he checked the flop, so I think he calls this 1.5 million bet. Matthias goes into the tank. He thinks, right, ace, probably not. Queen, well, would he not bet the queen on the flop? So he has the nut kicker with the jack here. Jack 9, Jack 10, these type of hands limp in the hijack position, and could be betting again for value here. Matthias in the tank here, facing 1.5 million bet, and I'm just informed that this level has expired. This 200k, 400k blind level. So there will be a break at the end of this hand. Just waiting for Matthias to make his decision.
Call. Nice hand.
Not surprised he called. Big pot for Vladimir, brings him up to 20 million. You can see the players leaving the arena. We're going to go on a quick break. We'll be back shortly, bringing you all the action from the rest of this European Poker Sport Championship final day.
Vysvetliť, tak to nesídem za 5 minút. Jo, ale tak však mne to je jedno, že vy tu budete online, vieš, chápeš to viac počuť.
can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut.
You're very welcome back to the European Poker Sport Championship. 6 players left, and blinds now have increased. We're at the 250 500k blind level, and that means there is about 140 bigs in play. 50-minute clock, plenty of play still in it. But big advantage here for the bigs, 3 big stacks, no problem. Vladimir and Matthias, who just lost one before the break. Zainal, Daniel, and Andrea Bintu under pressure now. That short stack, Andrea Bintu, that's actually 7 bigs, given that the blind level now is 200, 400. Blind level is 250, 500 rather. So Vladimir folds. Andrea has to really make something happen pretty soon. Matthias here in the small blind with A7 of clubs. He limps, and Zainal Adanisman with 10-5 in the big blind. I'm surprised Matthias just didn't put them all in, but perhaps Matthias was trying to induce action from Zainal. You know he is capable of putting all his stack in very light, but he checks back. And now Matthias needs to play this A7 out of position, and he's missed. Zainal has connected, making second pair. And Zainal shoves with second pair. Matthias misses an opportunity there.
Ja,
Average stack 12 million. Chip leader posting big blind. This is the short stack under the gun. Andrea. Pin 2. From Romania. Andrea looks down at 6-5. Wow, this will get folded. Now, Matthias with a pair on the button. Does have the big stack in the big blind. But the pair too strong a hand to be folding on the button. So he's going to make it 1 million, but Zainal Danasman's going to be 3-betting all in for sure. Ace King, all in announced. And Vladimir, 4-3. Will be insta folding. Matthias going to ask for a count. Yeah, what's going on in Matthias's mind now? Well, I don't think it's likely that he's going to be leaning towards a call here. You want to get your money in first with these small pairs, not calling off, because you're never ahead. It's just not, like, it's just never. Unless Zainal is doing this with deuces or threes, it's possible. And ace 4, they're the only 3 hands out of many, many combinations that Zainal would do this where Matthias is ahead. So the likelihood here is it's a flip. That's the likelihood. Sometimes he's absolutely crushed. He could be up against 5s, 6s and better. So many pairs that have him just smashed. But mostly I think he's flipping. And the fact he's just a couple of blinds in, I think you can just comfortably let this go. Zainal Danasman takes down the pot and the button moves. Daniel under the gun with the 10-4 of diamonds. It's folded around to no problem with king 2 off. Andrea into just has the call here. No choice. Ace 10. It's a good spot for her. Vlad is doing this from a very wide range, as we can see. Queen high just. And Andrea bin 2. Well, you would think she's in better shape than this, just 59%. But Vlad is live, both cards live. Andrea bin 2 with ace 10 in the lead. Vlad with all the chips, and you can see he's just looking away from the table, but he's looking at the screen and he's flopped trips. I mean, this is just a sick game. Andrea bin 2 got it in good. What can you do except get your money in good? And now she's drawing to a diamond. For the flush. Doesn't happen for her, unfortunately. The chip leader Vladimir gets lucky, but I think it's a pretty standard shove into the short stack in the big blind from the chip leader in the small blind. And Andrea Bintu makes a call with the ace-10. Got a call there. Finds she's in the lead, but her hand was just too strong. She needed ace-6, not ace-10. And Andrea Bintu busted out in 6th place for €8,000. All of these 5 remaining players now, well, they're all guaranteed close to 11,000 5 figures. And we're on the ticket bubble, which is kind of a tournament within a tournament. 5 of the 6 players will return for the World Series of Poker Europe main event. 4 of the 5, should I say, will return. And there's 5 left, 4 seats. So expect this to go on a while. Nobody wants to miss out on that opportunity to play one of the biggest events in Europe. Certainly the most prestigious. 5 million guaranteed this year. That was well exceeded, even though there was an emergency in place. So we're looking at close to 10 million prize pool later in the year. I think that's a realistic estimate, given how successful it has been. And getting your seat locked up for that big tournament is just a great situation for all of these players if they can do it. We know 4 out of the 5 will. So let's see how we progress. It's like 15k difference almost. Well, 14k, 14,000 in the difference between 5th and 4th. 14k pay jump. So it really is a massive jump. Vladimir here in the cutoff with the King Queen.
Fast Chip wieder und soll hier einen Krieg anfangen mit ihm. Ja, gönn du doch mal, Chip da. Naja. 6, 7 off, meinst du, die kennen wir damit jetzt, oder was? In den letzten 5? Gegen dich hätte ich es defendet, ja.
Now Daniel, 12 bigs, moves all in, and no problem has an ace here in the small blind, but it's just too weak a kicker. He does fold, and Matthias with 7 high in the big blind will let this one go. Daniel take down a pot and bring his stack up to 7.3 million. He's still the short stack, about 15 bigs. Well, in fact, Zainal Danisman is shorter. Danisman, bottom left of your screen. It's pretty much similar. He's sitting on around 7 also. Now, Daniel, 7.3 in the cutoff. Queen 4, fold it. Matthias, small blind versus big blind. Short stack is in the big blind. He's about 7 million behind, I think. We're going to have a look now at the graphic, see exactly what the situation is. Matthias has lost a couple of these battles versus Zainal Danilman. Well, Zainal has more blinds than I estimated. He's close to 10 million behind. Matthias limps with the 5-2 off. Zainal says to the dealer, scoop the chips there and peel a flop. And let's see what happens. Both miss. Matthias with a good shot. So I think it's good enough for him to continue. No, he checks. Well, at these massive bets with absolute air, it's incredible. Like 5 million. Zainal Danilman. 10 high. No pair, no draw. And Matthias just has to let go his hand. Zainal just coming out on top in these battle blind versus blind battles. Huge risks there. Well, the bet sizing from Zainal, basically he's just committing himself to the pot. He's saying he's all in here. Makes it 6.3 million, which is 60% of his stack. Ace 7 in the big blind folds, and he shows the ace jack. Button moves.
In anderthalb Stunden.
So ein bisschen lockerer, mal alle so angespannt sein. Mein Kumpel hat gerade geschrieben, warum wir alle so angespannt haben. Das ist okay, angespannt. Sag ich, ist doch gar keiner. Fast jeder hat mal gerne das Racen. Aber so schmeckt
Vlad in the small blind, ace 8, and he's got the short stack in the big blind. Of course, Vlad doesn't need strong holdings to put pressure on Daniel, but this time he does have ace 8, which is going to be good enough to raise. Daniel has to fold, leaves himself with 12 bigs behind. Has to post 2 of these, so he'll just have 10 bigs behind now after posting big blind and big blind ante.
der steht niemals mit 8-6 drin.
Weiß ich nicht. Ich denke, das war das Einzige.
Ja. Glaube ich auch. Der ist so geil, Alter. So, wenn du mich einmal nur anguckst, wenn du wegläufst, ey. Ich mache, ich tue dir nichts, ja. Aber ich schieße, habe ich schon gesagt. Aber gut. Ich habe richtig gutes Feeling gerade. Richtig hartes Feeling. Full dark.
Daniel picks his spot with a small pair. Blind versus blind. Auto shove for Daniel. Takes down the pot. Nothing that no problem can do. 5 players remain here in the European Poker Sport Championship. We're coming live from Kings Resort. This is the main event of this huge festival. 300,000 guaranteed.
Ja, eigentlich einer hat gelogen bis jetzt mit seinen Händen. Alle sagen einfach, was sie haben, und man sieht's doch eh.
Also running in the festival, kicked off today. European Poker Million. Massive event, million guaranteed. Now, Zainal Adenisman, pocket jacks. I guess 1.3 million out there. So only problem is running into a premium pair, bigger than jacks, but chances of that pretty low. He shows all the good hands. He's up to 13 million. Matthias is down to 10 million.
Jetzt hast du noch Lauf, ne? Wie geht das eigentlich? Erklär mir das, schreiben wir zusammen Buch. Der Final Table Lauf. Oh, du hast eben noch mit 6,
That European Poker Million, we have several starting flights for it. The flight 1A is currently running. Buy-in is 445 plus 45 million guaranteed. Tuesday we have 1B, 6 o'clock start, and then Wednesday we have 1C, Thursday 1D and E. Of course, we've satellites every day to this main event. Now, meanwhile, Matthias facing a shove from Daniel. I'm not sure, does this get called? I think Daniel has got his money in first here, and Matthias might just let this hand go, you know. Should he call and lose, he would be down to absolute fumes. He'd be down to 4 bigs, 5 bigs. It's close. He's just counting up a stack. That's the result if he does call and lose. 5 bigs. I think he needs to be a couple of big blinds deeper to make this call. So he has a half chance of getting back into the game should he call and lose. He's pretty clear he's in a flip situation. He could be absolutely crushed. Could be up against 9s, 10s, bigger. Also could be up against a small pair that would do this. But it's too likely it's a flip situation, and he's not willing to take that chance. He folds the 7s, and I don't mind that fold whatsoever. Daniel It's a stack to 8.5 million. Now, how well has this guy played? I mean, it's just like a different player compared to the last table. He's picked his spots perfectly. Showed a lot of discipline. Still short here, 8.5 million, but he's still in at 17 bigs. No one, that's the shortest stack, 17 bigs. Lad is the deepest, 23 million. That's 46 bigs. Then we have no problem. Then Zainal Danasman with 12 million. Matthias sitting on about 9.5 million. Ace Queen for Matthias on the button. 20 big blinds. Good shot for Matthias, and Vladimir has made a pair. So something really here for both players to keep them interested. Vladimir out of position. He checks, and Matthias is going to continue with the good shot. Minimum bet is check called by Vladimir with bottom pair. Well, now he is open-ended. Good shot for Matthias. Queen no longer any good for Matthias. He checks back. Ace or 10 needed, doesn't happen. Deuce on the river. Vlad is going to win another one. 3.8 million in the pot. He checks, just trying to get to showdown, and Matthias checks back the 10-8. Outflop the ace queen. $17 bigs for Matthias, who's similar stack size to Daniel. Both of these are the short stack. That's the chip leader Vladimir. 25 million, which is equivalent to 50 big blinds. Posting big blind, center your screen as Daniel. This is no problem. Second in chips, folding. The 8-3 off. This is Matthias. 17 bigs. Now on the button, Zainal Danasman. Queen 8 on the button. Sides just limp, it looks like. He's getting out the $500,000 and then he folds. Vladimir, small blind 7s. Well, he's going to shove into the big blind surely. Big blind is Daniel. About 15 bigs behind. Makes it 1.5 million, and Daniel can't do anything. With 6-4 off. So 5 players under the gun. Matthias, Jack 7. He folds. Zainal Danisman with the 6-4. Folds. Vladimir folds. Daniel in the small blind with King 6 suited. And again, shoves, correct decision. Suited King, got a shove. Too much out there. It's too short to let that button run through him. Takes down the blinds and antes. Button moves and posting small blind is no problem. Big blind Matthias, who's the shortest stack now. Ace 10 suited for Vladimir. Matthias with a very attractive price here. 750 to call, getting 5-1 on his money, but it's in his interest to see the chip leader clash here with Daniel. Nothing better than a short stack, watching players bust each other out. Good shot for Daniel. Vlad has missed and he's out of position, but he's going to continue. Difficult for Daniel to stick about here with just a good shot. Well, interesting. He decides to float here. Queen Jack. Queen on the turn. Now 6.8 million. Daniel with just 5.8 million behind. Vlad checks. And Daniel hits the straight. Vlad makes 2 pair. Well, Daniel's going to jam. Has to. He's trying to convince himself that he could be up against a made hand here and maybe just to call, but it's too big a hand not to go for value. Target, well, the exact hand Vlad has, ace 10, kings, could possibly be played like this. And even a queen X could be trapping. So a load of hands that Daniel could get paid from. Ace 10 maybe one of them. I'm not sure what Vlad does once Daniel jams here, and I think he will jam. Looks like 4 million raise. So 2.5 million for Vlad. It's beautiful sizing. Very, very attractive price. Really attractive, getting 5-1. That's massive. Brings Daniel up to average stack. Absolutely massive. Float on the flop. Paid off. Average stack 14.4 million. And Daniel actually up to 17 million. Well, thoroughly deserved in my opinion. He's been playing excellent. These are the guys with the chips you see on the screen. And players either side of the dealer. Matthias on the right posting the blinds. And Zainal to the left of the dealer. These are the shortest, two shortest stacks. We're in blind level 250, 500k. Still about 15-20 minutes left in this level. Then we move to the 300,000, 600,000. Vlad getting a walk in the big blind with the suited ace. Average stack just over 14 million. Button moves, Vlad posting small blind, Daniel big blind. Different scenario now. It's not big stack versus small stack anymore. Daniel with 17 million. Matthias, 14 bigs, moves all in. Ace queen.
Gleich die Trickkiste aus.
Pack mal auf. Ist die schwer?
Ja.
Soll ich die hochtragen helfen?
Ich hab noch ein paar auf Lager. Nee.
Und dann die Chips kaufen. So wie bei Crabs.
Now Vlad on the button, suited queen. Of course he's going to open. Daniel folds. An action with no problem, who we haven't seen involved for quite a while, but I think he will be involved here now with eights in the big blind versus Vladimir, who is still the chip leader, Vladimir. So button raise, pocket eights, 3-bet incoming you would expect. It's about 4 million. 3.5 million is the bet size from No Problem.
Not easy money. Snowman.
And Vladimir does fold. And it brings both these guys pretty much on par.
Lass diese Flachse rein.
No, bro.
Muss man die Roter anrufen. Ich kennt man nicht gegen.
Ich wollte gerade einen Joke machen, aber ich habe ganz kurz vergessen, dass wir im Stream sind.
All of these guys have locked up close to 11,000 euro. But there's a big jump from like 5th to 4th. 14,000 in the difference between 5th and 4th. And when you consider this is just like a 200 euro buy-in event, that is just incredible jump. Top prize here is 55,000.
Echt? Die machen richtig Spaß, ne?
Ja,
Ich finde ich auch geil, wenn du da so
jeder hat 3 Big Blocks.
wenn du so 30 Stunden auf den Kackstühlen da unten gesessen hast und dann hast du noch so den feinen Tapen da unten gespielt.
Vlad Ace Jack under the gun. Makes it 1.2 million. Suited ace for Daniel. Black calls with ace 6, but one of his sixes is going to be folded here. Matthias in the small blind folds 8-4 and 8-3 for Danisman in the big blind. So we're going to go and see a flop between Vladimir and Daniel. Ace Jack for Vladimir. Queen 8 flop. Vladimir might check this. Does have the backdoor clubs, backdoor straight possibility. But no, he's going to just lead. Daniel with just ace high. No diamond on the board. I expect him to just let this go. So 5 players for quite some time, and it's going to be a tough battle to bust one of these out, given that there's a 14,000 pay jump between 5th and 4th. The last player that got busted was the Romanian lady, Andreea Bintu. Got it in good, Andrea, but chip leader Vladimir flopped trips. Now Vlad with kings here. In the big blind, pocket kings versus a cut-off raise from No Problem. There's the 3-bet. And a snap fold from No Problem. Still sitting on above average stack, but Vladimir is the dominant player here on this table, and the chip leader is sitting on 22 million, hosting small blind, and Daniel hosting 500,000 big blind, 500,000 big blind ante. Player in the screen you see straight in front of you, that is the Austrian player Zeynal Danasman. But No Problem first to speak here on the right hand side. Matthias in the cutoff with Queen 6. He folds, and now on the button Zeynal with Ace 3, chips close to 20 bigs on the button. It's a big move, but it looks like it's going to work. The small blind not interested, and Daniel has snap folded the 4 high, and that brings him up to 11 million. 22 big blinds. There's the scoreboard. Short stack with 16 bigs. Not long left in this 250, 500k level, 6 or 7 minutes or so. Matthias under the gun folds, and Danasman folds. Vladimir going to get 3-bet here by Daniel. Daniel with the goods, Ace King. He's got to be willing to go with this. Now there is a player with a much shorter stack. There's 2 shorter players. There's Zeynal Danasman sitting on 11 million, and there's Matthias who's sitting on about 8.5 million. But this is just way too strong of a hand not to 3-bet with. No Problem folds and action. Back with Vladimir, who opened on the button with Ace6. I think this is pretty straightforward fold. Unsuited. Not connected. It's a rag ace. One of the worst aces. 2.2 million. Well, I'm surprised that Vladimir has decided to continue. He does have the advantage of position. So let's see, can he find a way to win this? And well, the diamond belongs to Daniel. He is the ace of diamonds, 2 diamonds on the board. Jack 4, 6. Both. Well, Vladimir has made a pair. Just noticed that. So if he's going to call pre with A6 and hit a 6, he's for sure going to be continuing here. Daniel with the continuation bet as expected. No big surprise. So Vladimir, well, big spot here for Vladimir. Positive he's going to be continuing his snap call. He flicks the chip in. Absolute smash. Snap call. He missed the action there, I thought. Yeah, it's just a flat call from Vlad. And now look at the size of the pot. It's a weird situation. There's like Daniel has just half a pot-sized bet behind, and the jack on the turn, well, it's just too risky to fire again. But he does. Now, you really got to admire this move from Daniel. He's just going for it. And this is not easy for Vlad. I think he might give this up, you know, Vlad, who has him absolutely crushed. He is Daniel on the ropes here. Daniel drawing so thin. Just 5 outs for Daniel. Of course, ace would work now because that would give him 2 pair. Aces and jacks, and he would use the king kicker. King would work, obviously. Give him kings and jacks. Now Vladimir, all he has to do is find the word call, and Daniel will be busto. It's not as easy as one may think. What Daniel is repping here is a big pair, ace jack. Vlad, he did call light. This is the problem when you call light. Even when you hit, there's no assurance that you're ahead. So, I mean, I think I could be wrong here. I think we're going to see a new chip leader. Daniel Menger, Vladimir in the tank here. 2 pair. Getting really good odds though. More than 3-1 on his money. So he's going to only have to be right here 1 out every 3 times, and you for sure would be, you would think. Got to be ahead here most times. He is concerned though. He's thinking, what are the likely hands that Daniel is doing this with? Well, I tell you one hand that he would do this with, and that's ace king. 3-bet pre, continued, standard continuation on the flop, and then he just lets rip on the turn. It's a big move from Daniel Menger, and I think he might get rewarded. He's got the maximum reward. Massive pot, 23 million, new chip leader, and you've got to say, thoroughly deserved. An interesting situation there. Five players still remain, and we have a new chip leader who's went from the short stack, very short stacked player Daniel, to now the very big stack. 23 million. He's everyone well covered. This is Zainal Danisman from Austria, with Queen 10 of Hearts playing 20 big blinds, and he moves all in. Well, one advantage of this kind of move is you're going to get all these hands that are better than you, but can't really call a shove like this. Ace 4 has to be folded, and you can see the big blind. Well, look at Matthias down to 7.5 million, 15 bigs. And I think blinds due to increase now. It's going to go to 300, 600. And it's confirmed, new blind level. 300,000, 600,000. Now, the chip leader with the ace jack in the cutoff here. Not going to get any opposition from the short stacks in the blinds. All in rip for Dennis, man. And Vlad, well, why would he be thinking of calling 7 high? I'm not sure.
Das haben wir alle mal.
Du nicht mehr.
Ich nicht mehr, ich bin auf einmal richtig tot.
Vladimir now down to average stack. He's been
Mach es. Hol ihn raus.
brought back down to level
Richtig hart auskaufen.
in a dogfight now.
Jetzt macht Corniger aber nur noch
Chip leader is Daniel. Second is no problem. You can feel how tense this is. 14k in the difference between 5th and 4th, and I mean it's been quite a while since someone was busted. Vladimir with the open ender. So if Daniel hits a pair here, that will give his opponent a straight. He's still in the lead with Jack high. Vlad checks, and well, the check back bet there would have definitely ended it. King on the river, Vlad with 9 high. Now he's going to go and steal it. Daniel with the jack high has to let him take it. 2 million. This will be some call. Right, so, well, it's going to try and work it out. Jack high could be good here so often. No ace, likely. No king, likely. Queen, maybe. Jack could be good, but Daniel decides just to let that one go. There's the scoreboard as we change dealer at the European Poker Sport Championship final table here in Kings Resort. 5 players still in the mix, all battling for a 55,000 first place payout. All are guaranteed 11k. This was just the 230 buy-in. Ryan's still 300,000, 600,000.
Da hat er mal einen Ass.
Alter Schwede.
Seht ihr, das mache ich sogar noch die richtigen Entscheidungen.
Ja. Junge, du bist auf einmal fast 9 bekommen. Jetzt ist, glaube ich, Antilauf vorbei.
Die ist so passiert. Und vorhin habe ich den morgen mit Affen bekommen.
Dafür hast du den Rauchschuss getroffen, Alter.
Ja.
Dann nehmen wir mal König und was. Das
ist halt schon sehr geil.
Du musst natürlich trotzdem reinstellen, wenn du noch denkst.
Under the gun shove with the ace-3, and this is what Zainal Danasman is renowned for. This is a massive shove. I think we might see a call here from Matthias. Ace-10 suited. I think he's got a 12 bigs. What a situation. I mean, he's hating it. But Zainal Danasman is doing this so often. Now, on occasions he shows a premium hand, but he can't always have it. Ace-10 is suited ahead of so many hands that Danasman is doing this with. Big decision, big moment here at the European Poker Sport Championship. Matthias, short stack, Ace-10 suited. He's 12 big blinds behind. This level, wow, big fold. Surprised. I really am.
Ace-10 no good. Nee, Ace-10.
That's the power of the all-in rip, and it's the power of the money jumps as well.
Hey, bei dir weiß man nicht, du bist Überraschungspaket.
Present.
Ist auf jeden Fall furchtbar. Ja, gegen ihn, das ist nochmal was.
Das ist halt. An sich ja.
Okay, das ist furchtbar.
Aber.
Du weißt gar nicht. Ja.
Ich will jetzt nicht das ist schwierig.
Under the gun, Jack-9. Or Vladimir, who folds. Now Daniel, the chip leader, in the cutoff. This is no problem playing average stack. On the button with 9-10, you'd expect an open here. Looks like he's going to make it about 1.1 million. Sorry, it's 1.2. That's the minimum with blinds at 600k. Well, he's gone big. He's gone 1.7. Hold it around to Danasman in the big blind with King Deuce offsuit.
King free. Oh, 9. Penalty.
Warst du besser? Ich hab 19.
Zu 19.
Option. Ja, hab ich wirklich gehabt.
He tried to steal.
Danasman in the small blind.
Ich habe noch Plan B.
It's Vlad in the big blind. This is the chip leader, 22 million. Daniel Minger. This is no problem with the ace-9 and the cutoff. Again, we're going to see an open 1.7. Vladimir defends with a suited ace, ace 6. Ran into big trouble. And he called a 3-bet with ace 6 versus Daniel. Last orbit. Can he make a pair? No, he can't. Well, he can, but it's not good news because No Problem has made a pair also with a superior kicker. Now there is chop pot potential, but No Problem is a sizable favourite here, more than 2-1 favourite. 70% of the time, No Problem. Going to win this. 2.8 million. Pressure on Vladimir. Of course he's going to call, he has to. Don't defend in the big blind with an ace, hit your ace and then fold to 1 bet. Four of diamonds, a flush draw for Vladimir. Now he's certainly not going anywhere. No Problem. Top pair. What's going through his mind? Bigger ace? Not likely. Would have heard from it pre-flop. King Jack, Queen Jack, 10 Jack, probably. But he checks back. Not out of the question for his opponent to hit 2 pair. Well, he's hit the nuts now, Vladimir. It's gone runner for diamond, and he's turned a really bad spot into a pretty decent spot. 9.9 million in the pot. He is just pot size bet behind, so is No Problem actually. Just above a pot size bet. How big does he go? That's the question. But he's gone small, and that's probably the way to go. Certainly getting called 1.5. How much bigger was getting called? That's what I want to know. 4 cards to the straight, so I mean, it's not out of the question for Vladimir to have a straight here, but the sizing is probably right the more I think of it. That brings Vladimir back up to 22 million. No Problem down under 10 million. This really has, I mean, it's just gone up and down. Everyone's had the chips. Everyone's been short.
Weißt du, hast auch einen Ass, das ist klar.
Average stack about 14.5 million. And that's the joint chip leader stacking chips, Daniel, to the very right there with the beard. And Vladimir, who you see collecting his chips, are the 2 big stacks. That was a big hit. 9.5 million now for No Problem. 19 bigs.
Wie hart er dominiert wird und dann kriegt er ran. Zwei Kreuz angenommen.
Oh wow. 12 million shoving the button from Zainal Danasman with ace 6. I mean, we've seen him do this before and get ace 10 suited in the big blind to fold. That was Matthias sitting on about 12 bigs and he folded the ace 10 suited. But can he get Vladimir to fold ace jack? I don't think so. It's too big a hand. And Zainal Danasman, I mean, he's just playing all in or fold. That's what he's playing at the moment. He's playing all in poker. It's a big shove, 12 million. If you get this wrong, you're back in a scrap again. You get it right, well, I mean, you've got like close to half the chips on the table. Looks at the clock. He's thinking of folding. Vladimir just won a big pot and he's trying to preserve his stack. I think you got to be calling in them spots. Well, Daniel, surely he calls. Pocket tens. Now we've seen some crazy poke folds pre-flop. Okay, well this is really interesting. Zainal Danasman showed one of his cards. Right, this is a massive spot here now. So basically he didn't think Daniel was still in the hand. He just felt he was up against Vlad, who was tanking. So when Vlad folded, I totally get this. It happens, can't happen easily. It happened to me a bunch of times. Someone's in the tank on the blinds against you, you move in, and eventually they fold and you think, ah, look, I got you to fold, and you show your cards. Now luckily for Danasman, he just showed one card. If he was to show two of them, well, Daniel would snap him off.
Doesn't matter what I do.
Yeah, doesn't matter what you do and what you do.
I mean, you helped me. You helped me a lot. Because you look which one was the ace, and the other is also a picture card. But
This is
still
crazy
want to
stuff.
flip with you.
I don't want to flip with you, says Daniel. Now he should show the other one, considering he showed the ace. I think that's the right thing to do. And in fairness to Danasman, he does it. But it's not a good sight for, I mean, this is just crazy stuff. How is Danasman getting away with it? Well, I can understand how he got away with that one. He just showed the ace, you see, and well, Daniel goes, it's minimum a flip. And he could have another ace there. It's playing extremely tight, but you got to take into consideration, right, the huge money jumps. Like there's 14,000 difference. And this is just a 200 buy-in. Like that's whatever, 50, 60 buy-ins, whatever it is. It's massive. What am I talking about? It's about 70 buy-ins. He's got away with absolute murder, Danasman. He's like ripping with ace rag, getting ace 10 to fold, ace jack to fold, and that crazy hand we just seen, tens. I'm not really, I don't think it's such a bad fold by Daniel. He's saying, look, it's a flip, I have the chips, I think there's a better way for me to win this. Just can't expect him to be ripping there with ace rag. Now Daniel with a pair in the small blind makes it 2.5 million. It looks like Lad limped on the button with the queen 10, and he lets go with the queen 10.
Was hast du für ihn gefühlt?
Daniel,
Runter, schnell.
big stack on the table. Could have been bigger. I mean, how bad a shape was Zainal in there? Ace rag versus tens with an ace in the dustbin.
We can do it. We put all the money together, and then we can do it. We can play friendly as hell. Ich bin so gerade so schön wieder hochgekommen. Ich möchte nicht mehr so leicht wegkommen. Das war für mich, mit ihr und ich war close.
Zainal Danisman, well, he's figured it out. These guys are playing just a little tight, which is quite understandable given the money jump. So he's playing all in or fold. That's the game he's playing. If he's going to play a hand, he's putting a whole lot in. And no problem shoves here. Matthias. Wow. He's got so short now, Matthias. 4.4. Seven bigs behind. I think that's an okay fold there. Queen 8. It's borderline. But given you're the short stack, you're the one. You've nothing to lose. You're the one that's got to take the punt. It's really interesting, the decision making. But it's live is difficult, like.
Da gibt's keine Steuern.
55k for the winner. You're so close to that. And there's like thousands of euros to be earned by just hanging in there, outlasting your opponent. Small blind is an all-in rip for sure, suited queen. And Danisman can't call with the 10-6. He certainly like to, but he's not going to. 1.25 million out there. And profit for, well, 1.2 million, 600k, big blind 600k, big blind ante.
Nee, aber nein, aber nicht, dass du immer vorne bist. Du kannst ja auch eine All-In mit Kings callen und wenn der Ace ist, dann bist du ja nicht vorne. Ach so.
Am Ende gibt's das nicht.
Achso. Ausverkauft, sagst du?
Ich krieg diese Karten nicht.
Was Kings und Aces kriegst du nicht?
Achso, ja.
Wäre schön, sowas mal zu sehen.
Now, Kings for Daniel. Can he get any action with the Kings? That's the question. How big does he go? 600k is the big blind. 2.3, it's too big, way too big. Not going to get any action whatsoever. Vlad does have a suited ace, but I think the size is going to be of concern. Interesting, he might have got a 3-bet from Vlad if he min-raised here, Daniel. There's the call. Well, Vlad did well to completely miss this. 8 high board would have been expensive. Daniel with a continuation here and a snap call. Well, that's incredible. Vlad with the backdoor hearts and 2 overcards. 10 of diamonds on the turn. Vlad checks, and I think Daniel goes again here. %, pot size bet. I think that will get rid of Vlad. And Daniel did well. He shows Kings. Chip leader. Daniel Menger.
Scheiße, war zu hoch, ne? Was too high? How much do you call? 2.5? Hättest du da getroffen, wäre lecker. Das wäre reingegangen. Kann auch sein. Ja, aber dann wette ich auch nicht mehr. Ich habe eigentlich schon innerlich gesagt,
Well, this time it's Kings for no problem. So, no problem with the Kings. Makes it 1.6. Big blind 600k. I like this sizing, but still doesn't induce any action. 5-4 in the big blind folds, and Daniel has a bit of a laugh.
Ja, ich habe gesehen, dass du fast vor links gehst. Ich dachte so, jetzt habe ich dich halt.
Nee, hast du missreadet, hast du tatsächlich missreadet. Er hat kurz geguckt und dann dachte er, also, warte, bin ich? Und dann hat er nämlich zu ihm geguckt und hat gemerkt, er ist gar nicht. Er hat schon gefolgt und dann ist er nämlich kurz aufgewacht. Ja. Also er wollte nicht pushen, er wusste nur nicht, dass ich schon acten muss. Ja. Er wollte auf jeden Fall irgendwas machen, aber er wollte folgen. Ich hatte mir eben schon überlegt, ob ich nicht Whisky gehe. Ob ich jetzt mit meinem Shop gehe. Das wäre jetzt auch dumm.
Ja, ich finde es auch gut.
Now, Dennis man, put off ace jack. No prizes for guessing the next move from Dennis man. Well, there you have it. The all in rip. That's his MO. All in or fold. Daniel, of course, is going to be folding in the small blind. No problem. Well, could be a problem.
Das foldest du?
Wow, it's fold. But he's got it spot on.
Immer schön bei den anderen sagen, und das kannst du nicht folgen. Aber dann selbst.
Ja, hast du gesehen, was er gezeigt hat, ne? Ja.
I thought he actually called there, and I wouldn't blame him.
Kann aber auch wieder Ass
Given that we've seen
Ja, hab ich kurz überlegt, aber ich den nochmal mache.
the Austrian shoving and the ace.
Bei ihm muss man echt jede Hand überlegen. Jede Hand. Ey, ich kriege einmal
That was close.
Ich kriege Pocket 2 an. Ne? Ich schwöre dir, die 2 an call ich Snap call.
Now Matthias posting big blind ante. Matthias is very short. I think he's only about 5 bigs behind. Dennis man could be shoving here again. That's what he does. All in or shove. So risky. I mean, it's just so high risk. It's unbelievably risky. Given the situation, I mean, not out of the question for these stacks to have them covered to wake up with a premium, but this is the benefit of the all-in. Like Daniel, the massive chip stack, he just has to fold the king queen. So there's a ton of hands like this that he's flipping against that will just have to fold. But I'm just waiting to see the big blind what Matthias wakes up with, because I mean, he's desperate situation now. He gets it through the all-in rip, and he just shows 1-4. Didn't see Matthias's hand there, but he snap folded in the big blind. I think he's only sitting on about 5 bigs.
Vielleicht, der ist einzige noch, der hat richtige Wort, weiß keine Angst. Einfach richtig.
Stimmt.
Ja,
Hier ist wegen Bubble, oder? Wegen Ticket.
He's posting small. Dennis Mann, big blind. Under the gun is Vlad. Now if this folded around to Matthias, he'll be shoving very wide. Vlad under the gun with the queen 10 off. Given the stack situations, I think this is a fold. Well, Matthias has 4 million behind. Big blind is 600k. And he folds the ace-9. Remarkable. Danisman folds the big blind. Vladimir gets one through. Button moves. So Matthias with just 6.5 bigs behind.
Aber ist da viel Kaffee drin? Weil ich hasse Kaffee.
Nee, wenig Kaffee. Ja, süßer.
Ja, dann gehen wir nun. Ich wollte ihn noch erstmal
Now, cut off, no problem. Folds. Matthias has to fold the 6-3. If he's folding ace-9 to an open from the loosest player on the table, well, going to be folding that. And a nice walk for Vlad. He's picking up a lot of pots he shouldn't really be.
Den nächsten gibt es 14.
Plus Ticket. 15.000 €.
About 15 minutes left in this
Yep, kommt schon.
300k, 600k blind level, and then we move to the 350, 700k. No problem moving in here with 10s for sure.
Keine Order Shisha.
16 bigs. Vlad is going to be folding in the small blind, just Daniel. Well, Daniel in the big blind with a suited ace, and he's going to be putting in the additional 1.5 million to see a flop here. Ace 8 of clubs versus 10s. No problem with the 10s. King high board, check back from no problem. Daniel checks. He needs to bet there. No problem, he really does. But it's okay. No stress. Check to him again. Daniel misses. Ace high. Well, it's called. Gets the max. Felt he needed to bet that turn. Protect his hand. But the check back actually earned him an additional 1.5 million.
Ich denke mir, du machst jetzt Trap. Ich spiel gar nichts mehr.
Genau so wollte ich nämlich auch spielen, nicht dafür. Und dann dachte ich mir, bei dem Wert, ja, scheiße. Wenn du mich dann mit
Now a lot of pressure on Matthias. He's playing 6.5 bigs, and he's under the gun with the queen 3. May let this one go, but I guarantee you he'll be playing the next one. I probably move in there. With, like, I mean, 30% of your stack is going to be forced in blind, and you have a suited queen. So I think for me that goes in. I'm not sure. Is that correct? I certainly put it in. Looks like he would have ran into problems with the big blind, looking down at a pair of fives.
Ich habe schon ein Gefühl gehabt, oh, Pocket. Ich kann auch mit zusammen schauen, ja.
Die und mein Bruder ist vor allem mit meinem Lava. 100% kaufen das ja.
Now, under the gun, Zainal Danisman, Jack 10 suited. He's playing the all-in or fold game. What does he do with Jack 10 suited? That's the question. 14 million stack. I mean, he can afford just to make this 1.2 million. Limit his exposure. But he doesn't play that game. He moves in. I mean, it's just so high risk. It really is, and eventually he's just going to run into it. There's nothing sure. Not this time, it looks like. Now, big blind. Matthias, I mean, this is crazy stuff. He's left with 2.9 million. He's going to post 300k. That'll leave him with 2.6. That means 4 bigs behind from Matthias.
Ja, Mann, der ist nervös, Mann, der war doch gerade rauchen extra schnell. Ich weiß.
In 11 Minuten ist Pause. Oh, ja, sorry. Ohne Englisch.
You cannot speak English. What can I do? You cannot speak
Now
English.
Vlad under the gun, gonna open, I'm sure. King Jack.
Yeah, no problem.
He's having great freedom on this table. Probably the best player we've seen today. Vladimir. King Jack open, and at last Matthias puts it all in, and he's in great shape. Ace Jack. Danisman has to fold the 10-7 here. Get out of the way. Action is reopened. Vladimir could re-raise should Danison just flat call. Well, he's not too far off the mark, Danisman. Because was he to call here, he'd definitely be getting to see a flop. Because I think Vladimir keeps him in. 2 against 1. Better than heads up. That's what these guys want to do. They want to knock out the shorty, get up the ladder, get that World Series of Poker Europe main event seat, and that 14k in difference. King Jack not performing too well though in this situation. Matthias with a stranglehold on the hand. 3-1 favourite. Oh boy, what a flop. Pair and a good shot for Matthias. 2 pair for Vlad. Ace or queen needed for Matthias. 9 of hearts. Nobody with a heart. This is pretty sick. Vlad runs good in these flips, or these all-in situations. Matthias, well, that's sick. Couldn't have got it in much better than that. And he just goes around, wishes all the players the best. They all go back to the table. They've all earned themselves at least 25k. Part of that payout will be that World Series of Poker main event seat. And you can see it's like a bubble has burst. Huge, huge moment. Matthias, well, he was playing excellent. I think he did make a couple of mistakes. He played just that little bit too tight. The ace-10 suited is one hand that comes to mind. But he was one of the players I picked from early today for a podium finish. But he's just fallen a little short. 5th place, he will receive €10,889. Vlad, well, he's 26 million again. Probably the biggest stack that has been so far. 21 million for Daniel, he's second in chips and no problem with tens. In the cutoff, there's no button, dead button here. Matthias, after busting in the last hand in the small blind position, Danisman folds the Queen Jack, and well, Vlad would probably just get rid of the Jack 6 off suit. Vlad, well, just 20 million. I thought that would have been bigger, that stack, I guess. Matthias was so short. Matthias with just a couple of million, I guess. So just about 5 or 6 minutes left in this blind level. And then we move to the 350, 700k level.
Ich habe gesagt, geht so schnell hoch, runter. Ich habe gesagt, wann man eigentlich üblicherweise mal Deals macht. Weil hier macht man ja gar nicht. Ja, hier machen wir. Sie muss inoffiziell.
Not allowed, not allowed.
Wir können sagen, machen wir, dann müssen wir uns gegenseitig vertrauen.
Das ist die. Ja, vielleicht wieder auch in der Spannung gleich. Ich spiele es auch an der
Alle gleich, immer teilen.
Ja, das stimmt wieder.
Also ja, jede 1000 geht.
Daniel with the good shot. Bets and takes it down. 4 remain. All of these 4 players have guaranteed themselves 14,153 in cash, and that World Series of Poker Europe main event seat. Great situation for all of these guys. Massive cash. 200 buying this tournament, 230. And then of course there's the bigger payouts. There's the 29,000 for third. There's the 37,000 for runner-up. 55k up top. All to play for. This is Danisman, who's back to his usual tricks. All in or fold, quite effective. And we know Doyle Brunson described this as like a super effective strategy, particularly for inexperienced players. All in or fold move.
Ich wünsche mir einmal Asse, wenn du all in gehst. Einmal. Selbst wenn du triffst, okay. Völlig in Ordnung. Maybe. It's a very strong table.
Daniel raising on the button. Ace 10. And Dennis man, big blind. Does he defend with King 8? I think he should. Button raise. King 8. Gets out the calling chip, but I've seen him do this a few times. He'd get out the chip and then he'll go, you know what? Fold. He does the same thing again. Daniel takes down pot. Button moves. And we're coming to the very end of this level. I think one more hand. Nice payday locked up for all these players remaining. Suited connectors under the gun for Daniel, he folds. Now, no problem, on the button, he'll certainly be opening. Ace 5 of diamonds. $1.6 million to go, Dennis man. Jack 10, small blind.
Now you have a position.
Well, that's just the small blind he didn't post. And now we'll get the information that there's a raise, and I think he'll fold the Jack 10.
You in the small blind, big blind is also still in.
And 5-4 off. I wouldn't expect to defend. That's Vlad with the 5-4 off. Million to call. Well, he is going to defend. That's one of the features of Vlad's game. He don't like to give up his big blind, which I like. That's definitely a winning strategy long term. Surrendering your blind too easy, well, you're going to get exploited big time. And he hits Vlad. He goes into the lead here. Goes check, check. Vlad picks up a straight draw to go along with his pair. I think it's time to lead here. Straight draw also for no problem. I think a bet here will end it.
2.5 million.
There you have it. That's why you defend a 5-4 off. Sometimes you hit bottom pair in the flop. Your opponent misses. You can win a decent pot. That's the situation at the 3,600 level that's just expired. Back in about 10 minutes.
Aber die ist gut, oder? Leckst daran.
buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. Take a seat. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. Take a seat. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut.
You're very welcome back. 4 players left in the mix. Matthias just busted out. Vladimir eliminated Matthias. Matthias got it in good, but he was so short. Ace Jack versus King Jack. And now just 4 players remain. All of these players guaranteed minimum 25k, but it's 55k up top. In your screen there, you can see No Problem and Daniel on the left. No Problem is under the gun, sunglasses. 13 million stack. Now, on the button, 10-9. Well, this is loose. Dennis Man sticking with the strategy. All in or fold, it's worked so far. And I think it's going to work this time with Vladimir. who's looking at ace-6 in the small blind. Daniel with 5-3, not even going to consider getting involved.
700.
Line level is the 350, 700,000.
Das ist ein Kampf, der niemals endet.
That's Dennis Mann in seat 1. Lad's going to raise here with the King 5 suited. You get the feeling that the longer this goes on, the more short-handed it gets. That the greater advantage to this gentleman, Vladimir, who, let's be honest, has been pretty much the standout player. Now, don't get me wrong, he's run pretty good. We've seen him bust out Andrea Bintu when Andrea got it in good against him. Same with Matthias. I mean, even earlier today when he moved all in, you remember he had 7 bigs on the button. Moved in with the Jack 9. Well, I mean, it was a pretty standard move. 7 big blinds, folded around him on the button, Jack 9, moved all in, ran into kings. But he hit a flush. Now, action here on the button with Daniel with a suited ace. Daniel's really impressed me in the last 3 or 4 hours. I mean, he just, when he went short, he looked dead and buried at the beginning of the final table. And no problem is going to apply pressure. He's going to 3-bet from the small blind position. Daniel not liking it. Big blind still involved here. It's Zainal Danisman with a small pair. Well, I mean, how cool would it be if Danisman just let rip? Well, it would definitely work, that's for sure. But action back on Daniel now that Danisman has folded. A pretty tough spot for Daniel. Suited ace, no problem. He's basically committing himself here. He's put in half a stack. He's put in 6 million with just 6 million behind, and he's going to get the better hand to fold. Brings him up to about 15 million. Now, fold it around to Vlad, who gets a walk.
statt 10 Millionen jeder Runde 2 Millionen. Alter. Wenn ich dann was sammeln, dann ist es vorbei.
Dennis Man with the all-in rip once again. Pretty good at this, and it's been really effective. Basically all in or fold. Any ace he moves in. And as pointed out, really effective strategy, particularly if you're up against some kind of snug opponents. We're just trying to get up that money ladder. Dennis Man. Very effective strategy employed here, and it's guaranteed him 25k already, and who knows how far he can go. Now, Dennis Man folding in the cutoff. Lad folds the 10 deuce, so battle of the blinds here. Daniel, small blind, who's just going to limp, I think, with the queen 8. Looks at the clock, looks at the blinds, so that indicates to me he's going to raise. Big blind is 700k, so he's going to make it 1.9. Well, way more, 2.4. Interesting battle going on there between these two. No problem. It was showing great recognition throughout this final table.
Ja, das kriegst du nicht hin, aber da müssen wir noch 10 Stunden spielen. Weil längst war durchspielen 36 Stunden. Ja.
Matthias busted out in 5th. Guaranteed himself close to 11,000, but he just missed out on the World Series of Poker Europe seats. All these 4 players have earned one of them seats and a minimum of 14,000 cash. Now, action here, Vlad with the Jack 9 suited under the gun. No problem in the small blind position with jacks. I think he just lets rip here. I would. Too big a hand to fold for sure. Flat calling, well. It's just too risky. So 3-bet. Incoming. And look at this, Dennis Man with a pair. But there's been a lot of action, so I do think Dennis Man will just let this pair go. Well, I mean, he's grabbing chips here. I can't see him putting any in. He's an all-in or fold guy. Too much action. Pocket 5s. Never in good shape. 5s go in the dustbin. Lad face with a very sizable 3-bet. So, no problem showing he's fully committed to the pot. Lad takes down the pot. Pocket jacks brings him up to 17 million.
Blufft zwar auch gern mal, aber diesmal nicht. Ja? er jetzt Call gesagt, hätte ich durchgecheckt.
Die nicht cool, Oliven. Part 5.
Ja, wenn du all in gehst, dann.
Das wäre gut.
Ich garantiere dir, ne? Hätte ich 100% weggeschmissen. Zu 100%.
Jetzt wieder ich und ich.
There's the move once again. Zainal Danisman moves in for 14 million.
Einmal Ass kommen und verlieren.
Well, blind v blind, you'd expect him to do that. Picks up the blinds and ante to 15 million. And there's not much really between any of these players. I think the shortest stack is no problem, sitting on about 18 or 19 million. He's under the gun.
Alles rein zweimal.
Jetzt vielleicht. Spielt mal ein bisschen an.
So limp on the button with the 9-8 suited. And the Jack-6 getting priced in. Daniel in the big blind with the Queen-10 checks his option. And we're going to go to a flop. All of these players are blocking each other with their cards. So we might have an interesting flop, but we do. Because we have a pair for Vlad, flush draw for Danisman. And it's checked to him, so he might move in. Wouldn't surprise me to see Danisman move all in here. Dealer puts the triangle in front of him.
Wir haben fast alle denselben Stack. Ich habe 15 Millionen. Dann 17, 18.
Nein. Ein Handspiel im Leer.
All of these stacks are so similar. It's incredible. Pretty much all four guys are sitting on the same size stack. There's 70 million in play and they're all, average stack is 17 million.
Und jetzt beide dahin.
Lads flopped a flush draw, has the benefit of position. Pre-flop razor and check bet fold. This will bring Vlad up to the chip lead once again, 22 million. No problem on 14 million. Now under the gun, ace-5 suited for Vlad. Makes it 1.8 million. And folded around, no interest from anyone on the blinds. Vlad takes it down. Increases his stack to 24 million. Daniel and Danisman both sitting on around the 25 bigs blind mark, and no problem is the short stack on 20 bigs. But not much in it. Four remain. Now, kings under the gun for Daniel. Sizing is crucial. You need to get action for these super premium hands. Don't want to scare off the competition. Big blind is 700k, so I like this. 1.7. No problem. Avoids disaster. And no interest from the blinds. Danisman. Vlad. Just get out of town. No action for the kings.
Es können 3 Millionen, 6 Millionen sein und wir leben immer noch 100%.
Under the gun with the 10-7. Vlad with a pair of sixes and Daniel with just pure air in the big blind 9-4 offsuit. Does not want to continue. That's the guy that's accumulating the chips. He's the one eliminating players, and he's the guy with the big stack. On the button here on this hand, blinds posted by Daniel, and no problem. Under the gun is Zainal Danisman. King 9 under the gun. Looks interested. $16 million stack. Well, he's moved in with King 9. I mean, he could run into it, and he does run into it. And this is the problem. I mean, he doesn't have to open shove. You can just min raise, find out where he's at. And he's in such desperate shape. Daniel Menger with the goods here. Ace King snaps him off. That's the problem. It was always going to happen, let's be honest. Queen 5-3, no help. Backdoor straight, possibility of course. The 9 would work. Danisman. It's over for Danisman. Daniel has him covered. It's a huge monster pot. And Zainal Danisman, 4th place, gets his World Series of Poker Europe seat. Gets 14,153 on top, and he's put in a terrific performance. He's gone up the money ladder several spots. He's done really well, and he employed that all-in or fold strategy. But I think he just was going all in just a little bit too wide. King 9 off, just too wide. But I mean, he was getting players to fold huge hands. It was working perfectly for him. Any ace he moved in. King 9, just that little bit too wide, and he ran into big slick. Now we have a big stack, 50 bigs. Daniel, Menger, Vlad, average stack, and then the shortest stack, no problem, but no one super short.
Ja, toll. Hätte ich ihn wenigstens rasiert, dann hätten wir die machen. Aber so machst du egal.
5-7. Hello? You can hear me, right? Yes. Yes? Okay. The line, please.
So, 3 players, all guaranteed 18,855 plus that World Series of Poker seat, which is equivalent to 29,000. No problem in the small blind with King 8 suited. Daniel on the button has folded. Blind versus blind. Vlad versus no problem. Yeah, interesting fold there from Vlad. Folds the king in the big blind. No problem. King 8 suited. Massive shove from Zainal Danisman. Really was. Like 16 million shove, big blind at 700k. 9 off. Now on the button, no problem. Queen 3 offsuit. He folds. Vlad, small blind, he decides, you know what, I'm not getting involved with the chip leader. With 6-2 offsuit, out of position, let's go. His cards, flicks the chips to this man here. It was the big stack, boy did he turn it around. He was so impressive on this final table. I mean, I thought there was no hope for him. He lost so many pots just before the final table. He was the short stack on the final table, the shortest stack. Came to the final table with like 3 million or something like that. With the big blind at 300,000, 10 bigs. But he put in an absolute incredible shift. Now, big moment here possibly, no problem with King, Queen suited. Vlad on the button with an ace, and he's going to get 3-bet. No problem with King, Queen suited. Now Vlad does get sticky, we know that. In position, he tends to call these 3-bets. But it's a huge size raise. 6.2 million, so no problem. Going to take the pot down and bring his stack closer to the average. Still the shortest stack, but 16 million under no immediate pressure. Viewers just tuning in, if you're wondering what you're looking at right now, this is the final table of the European Poker Sport Championship. This had 1,500 odd players Well, in fact, it had 1437 exactly. Now, Vlad with the goods here.
1.7 million.
Raises it up. No problem with the 9-8. And I think no problem's going to stick around. Does put in the additional 1 million to see a flop. 4.1 million out there. And 9 or 8 high board will be a problem for no problem. Now, Vlad's not going to like this flop. That ace is going to be a cause for concern.
Six check. 6-2 check. 6-6 check.
Vlad, 2 blockers to the nuts. Could have valued there in the end, but decided just to check down.
Direkt Bremse. Ich garantiere dir eins, ne? Meine Überlegung war, wenn du Turn anspielst, sich Check zu raisen. Weil wer zweimal Check hat, nichts und dann Check raisen, sieht halt richtig stark aus. Boah, dann sitzt er mit Klögen an. Das ging uns weg. Es muss irgendwie das beste Poker vom besten Poker kommen.
Three remain. All of these 3 players have locked up 29,000 minimum. Of course, there's 55 to play for a difference of 26,000 between first and third. This is Vlad in the small blind with the king 9, and now Daniel with 5-3 of spades in the big blind. Makes the call after Vlad raised. Going to go to a flop. 6-6-4 open ender for Daniel with the backdoor spades. Vlad first to speak, and he fires. Well, Daniel not going anywhere just yet. Daniel makes the call, as you'd expect. Up and down. And the backdoor spades. Deuce or 7. Well, king for Vlad is good. He checks. I think Daniel checks back. Well, he's going to go for it. He's going to go for it. He's repping a 6 here. Vlad not going to fall for it just yet. He's going to be check calling 4 million for sure. He's got to. He's going to be exploited so much if he's going to be folding. 2 pair in this spot. There's the call. Now, deuce or 7 for a straight for Daniel. That's the only way he's going to win this, unless he can pull off a serious bluff in the river. Well, he's not going to move Vlad off his hand now. Daniel. Does he go for it? We've seen him fire 3 times before. He's able to do it. Wow, so strong this guy, but I don't know, is it going to work? This is like 10 million. Well, 8 million in fact it is. 50% of the pot, and that's a great call. Felt he would. New chip leader. Vlad has taken over. Daniel has punted off. He could have checked back that king on the turn, but decided to bet it. Vlad just check called. And then, well, Daniel felt he could move Vlad off the hand. Clearly repping the 6 in the big blind position. That was a massive pot, crucial. Now, Daniel needs to just steady the ship. You can see him shaking his head, thinking to himself, what the hell just happened? in control. He's played perfectly this final table. He really has. Even that controversial hand at the tens, don't mind that fold whatsoever. So he needs to just reassess the situation. He's still in this. There's still plenty of blinds. He's 19 million, second in chips. And he can go on and win this if he applies himself. Just needs to put behind the past. Vlad, you feel, is in control. This guy, no problem, is super solid. So it's going to be an interesting three-way battle, this. Anyone's guess. Of course you're going to say Vlad is the favourite. He's got the chips and he's got momentum. He's clearly more aggressive. Seems to be more experienced. Yeah, he's favourite. But neither of these guys, Daniel and No Problem, have the makings of a champion, and that is for sure. Best players have come to the top. No Problem on the button. Vlad in small blind. Daniel big blind. Now Vlad, suited queen in the small blind position. Vlad goes ahead, making bottom pair. These small pairs, I mean, they're just so hard to play. Post flop. And any kind of aggression now towards this pot will just see off Daniel, I'm sure. Well, this is going to be big. Vlad on the button with jacks. We might see a 3-bet here from Daniel. Vlad is just raising continually. So ace-9 ahead here quite often. No Problem, just going to stay out of trouble. Fold the 10-3 off. And now we're going to go and see a flop. Already 5.4 million in there. 9 high would create a lot of action. Well, Daniel in the lead, top pair. And Vlad will check this back, I'd imagine, given that he got a call in the small blind position. Daniel has a lot of aces. It's over. It's sayonara. Lights out for Daniel. There's no escape here. That check back on the flop was pretty cool from Vlad. Could have got check raised and it would have been end of hand, but now he's made a set on the turn. This is just too big a pot for Daniel to get away from. 9.4 million already out there. Daniel with the made set, just going to smooth call. Brings the pot up to 13.5 million. It's a nasty way to go out in the tournament, but There's no escape. Drawing dead. And an ace or a 9 would, well, it'd be the final nail in the coffin, but regardless of what comes on the river, I think Daniel is beat. And he moves in, and there's the snap call. Daniel knows he's behind once he gets called. Elimination, well, that was brutal. You can see Daniel is pretty shocked. A little bit of a setup. What can I do? Says Daniel. Ace 9, ace high board, free-handed. Vlad is raising pretty much every second hand. Probably more often than that, and now a chunky lead for Vlad versus no problem. Well, it's 5 times 5 to 1, pretty much. No, it's not. It's 4.5 to 1.
Position 7, 6. Okay. Okay, so position 7.
Good luck, man.
Now, no problem with ace 9 on the button.
Position 6, raise. 2.8 million and 50,000. C2, fold.
Now, aces for Vlad. Big problem. King deuce,
6, fold.
but folds. Vlad not getting any action.
Auch wenn du so viel spielst. Aber ich bin froh, wenn es zu Ende ist. Okay, die geben mir die Karte.
Yeah. But you can show in the button in the
So, 6, 6, ich wollte den Goal machen. Ey, ich dachte auch gerade, ich kann checken. So schnell? Ja, ja.
So head to head, we just watched Daniel bust out. Ace 9, he flopped top pair. Daniel Minger. He did receive very sizable 29k payday. Both of these players have locked up at least 37,000, but they're playing for the first prize of 55k. Vladimir, chip leader at the start of play. No Problem was up there also. He was joint second in chips with Matthias. Matthias busted out here in 5th place. He just missed the World Series of Poker Europe. Seed 4th was Zainal Danisman. We just watched Daniel go broke. Pretty awful spot, really. And now we're heads up between No Problem, who's the short stack, and we have Vladimir Olesnin from Slovakia with a 3-1 chip advantage, ace 5 suited on the button. There's 70 million chips in play, so he's actually 4-1 chip advantage. Vlad, Queen Deuce.
C2 check. C6 check.
No Problem hits the turn, but Vlad bets out when the flop has gone check, check. And now No Problem, well, moves in. These heads-up battles can take some time, depending on how deep the players are. So with the big blind at 700k, there's actually 100 bigs in play. Average stack would be 50 bigs each. But Vlad, with a sizable advantage, more than 3-1.
C2 raise 2.3 million and 50,000. C6 fold.
Makes it 2.4 million. No Problem folds the 5-4 offsuit. Currently running in the resort is the European Poker Million. Day 1A, the first flight, that got 74 players. Good start. That European Poker Million. That's going to be running all week. It's a 445 plus 45 euro buy-in, 1 million guarantee, that's right. And you have flights every day. Speed flights today, tomorrow, Wednesday. And then Thursday you have 2 flights. You have the 12 noon, that's the 40-minute level. And then you have the 6 o'clock with the 30-minute level. So all different clocks, which is pretty cool idea. I like it. Different players want different things. And flights Friday, Saturday, 2 flights on Saturday. And then all the players, they play till they're in the money. 10% of the field get through. Like play 19 levels on day 1. And then day 2 Saturday.
C2 fold. check. 6-6 check.
No problem here with ace high.
C2
Pretty good on this board.
check.
Checks back. It's the house. Vlad may try and steal it, but he's going to get some opposition. No problem. Possibly even raise here for value.
C2 4 million.
Target 3 plus flats.
6
Hard to get paid off.
sorry.
Anything weaker.
Rozvadov 6.
And now it's getting close. Less than 2-1 chip advantage for Vlad.
Die eine Karte, ne?
Momentum with no problem. Vlad with the 9-6 of clubs on the button. Should be min raising here. Pretty much any two.
C2
Big blind, 700k.
6-6 4.
Well, this is just too tight. King 8 to fold. King 8, decent hand heads up. That's definitely going to be exploited. If I know my opponent's folding King 8 in the big blind, I'm raising every single button. No, no problem. 10-7 on the button. Limps. That's the 700k total.
6
Action with Vlad.
check.
He looks to be interested, but he checks his option with the Queen 8.
C2 check.
King high board, Queen is good here. Goes check, check. 9 of clubs, both with a club in their holding. So I think the bet here from Vlad would be called. Oh, snap forward from it. No problem.
I don't know, you should speak to the
That surprises me.
3 seconds. Let me see you standing behind of me.
So anyone interested in playing this Euro Poker Million, there's €1 million guaranteed for less than a 500 buy-in. So get on the internet there, go to kingsresort.com.
C2 4.
There's still accommodation available, be it limited, but the reception staff will sort you out. They're top class.
480.
Great team here. That's the one outstanding feature of King's Resort is the service for players. You won't get better anywhere. Very player focused, and they look after your accommodation, transport, and then basically you just play poker. That's the whole. That's the product. It is a resort for poker players predominantly. There's also big gaming here also. Massive gaming. In fact, they've 2 casinos. There's a smaller one across the road, but the main complex is a huge gaming area with several live tables of all spreads, including craps table, and then slots, huge slots as well. So if you're looking for gaming, definitely place to check out. Very popular with groups of poker players traveling from different poker communities around Europe and even further afield. Basically pick out a festival, come for the week. I recommend staying at least 5 or 6 nights. Come on the Tuesday, Wednesday, and play right through to the Monday. That'll be my recommendation. Book your flight to arrive on Wednesday and return on the Monday. Make the final table on Monday, well, brilliant. You can always reschedule. That way you can get a couple of flights in, plenty of cash action. No problem, just getting a little bit out of line here with the 7 deuce off, and it's a very sizable 3-bet. He puts in a third of a stack with 7-2 offsuit. Interesting hand choice. Vladimir. With the Queen Jack not going anywhere just yet. No problem. He's going to be putting the rest of his stack in. He's just under a pot size bet behind. And I do recognise Vladimir now from a winner's picture we had up on the social media from just a couple of days ago. He won the Morning Bounty, a new tournament, 10k prize pool. Vladimir came out on top. 117 entries, 2.5k he won. Now, Queen Jack, I think he just lets this go. No problem. Gets that one through and gets his stack up to 34 million. There's nothing in it now. Almost on par. No problem, has fought his way back.
Ich sag dir eins. Wenn du einen Deal machen willst, sag Bescheid. Und den Sieg einfach weiterspielen. Musst du nur Bescheid sagen. Biete ich dir ab jetzt an.
Now, no problem with Ace Jack on the button. Big turnaround here. Nothing in this. Anyone's game. $55k up top. There's the raise from no problem. Ace Jack suited.
3.3 million and 50,000.
Vlad not interested
Machst du Deals?
with the 8-6.
Bitte? Spielst du
So also just to remind you about EPT Prague, which is confirmed for 5th to the 16th, and that will be played out at King's Casino Prague at the Prague Hilton Hotel, and everything you need to know about that is posted on the King's site. There's a 24/7 dedicated cash game area, and we're running 24/7 2-5 and 5-5 Northern Hold'em and PLO.
Chips oder nur eine Reihe? Nee, nur die Reihe ist mein Chips. Nur Karten. Check down.
6 check.
After this week's Euro Poker Million, we have the Dutch Classics, another standout festival, massive guarantee for like just such a small buy-in. 250 buy-in, that's 220 plus 30 and 400,000 guaranteed. It's incredible how big these guarantees are. You can see the chip count there, so close now. After the Dutch Classics, we have the German Poker Days, and that moves nicely up to the Spanish Poker Festival. Absolute huge festival. Again, small buy-in, 220 plus 30, 300k guaranteed. So, King 9 for Vlad here on the big blind position. Makes it 2.8 and no problem has to fold the 7-2 this time. Gives Vlad a slight advantage. Blinds 400k, 800k.
Nach dem Level Pause?
Normalerweise 10 Minuten.
Now, Queen 9 suited on the button. We're going to see no problem raise here. Blinds 4-8. Oh, this is huge, 3 million. It's not going to get any action from any hands unless they're stronger. Almost a 4x. But it does take down the big blind on the ante. And a special hello to Sean from Dublin. Thanks for tuning in, Sean. Appreciate all of you viewers. In fact, it's a great buzz for us to bring you all this poker content. And it happens every week. Some sensational stuff. We're just after finishing coverage of that super high roller game. Cash game was incredible. 500,000 on the table. Leon arrives with 1 million in cash. You can see it on YouTube. or the Twitch channel. All the clips, Elkie, Yo Viral, big winner all week. Leon won 100 grand on the first night, but I think he lost 50 the second night. Just incredible high stakes action. And of course we bring tournaments, that's what we do best, is the tournaments. We bring live tournament every weekend. These smaller buy-ins, small to medium buy-ins. And you can see the field is so mixed. You get all types of players, recreational players. Basically you have guys coming from all different backgrounds. There's even friends of poker players that come, that they might come for the game and end up playing these tournaments, and sometimes they get on a run. Now, what's no problem out here? Well, it's bottom pair, takes it down and brings them on par. In fact, brings them into the lead. 39 million. So yeah, real mixed kind of skill level at these smaller big field events. Currently just running, just kicked off today, is that Euro Poker million guaranteed. It was on all week, loads of flights, several starting flights. You can fire to your heart's content on these flights. Now, action here. No problem in the big blind versus a raise from Vlad. No problem has completely turned this around, and now he 3-bets with the 9s. Vlad can get very sticky, particularly when he's in position and when he's suited. How big is the raise? That's the question. Well, this is just so big. I mean, you're not getting any action there unless it's a hand that's bigger. No problem now with all the momentum. Vlad on a bit of a downswing. I told you about this guy's temperament. Top quality, super solid. Really has been for the entire final table, and even when we were down to 2 tables, he looked the more ambitious of every other player on the table. King 10 going to come in for a raise now with the chip lead, 41 million. But this is so big. 800k and he makes it 3.4. I mean, it's just huge, but here we go. There's the 3-bet from Vlad. Back in his face. 11 million. No problem with King 10. I think he just let the King 10 go, surely. Vlad, King Queen, he's going all the way. No problem, has a bit of a laugh. Vladimir from Slovakia. Winner of the morning bounty the other day. Good form, Vladimir. Going to take this one down, and it gets his stack up to about 34 million. Again, not much separating these two guys. You get the feeling it's just a matter of time before the money goes in. Surprised Vlad would fold his button. 10-7. I mean, that's an open all day, every day for me. Heads up. Really got to widen your range. And fact you have the advantage of position, it's huge. So, no problem with the 9-7 on the button. Puts in the 500k, takes out 100k, that's 800. Now Vlad puts 2 million on top. Well, this could be sparks if we see a 9-high board. So, 9-10 versus 9-7. Well, that's an open-ender for no problem. Good shot for Vlad. Vlad with the 2 overs on the good shot. He's not going anywhere just yet. No problem. Doesn't want to hit a 7, that's for sure. That would give Vlad a straight. So both these players, well, that's bingo for Vlad. The nuts. And no problem moves in. Well, I mean, he can get a chop pot. He needs a 10 for a chop. He is dead otherwise to a chop. Massive, massive moment. No problem. Is stuck here. He's in a massive hole. He's just figured it out. Can't believe how bad he is. He's hit a pair. He was open-ended. Still open-ended. Queen, no good. Vlad. With the nut straight. No problem.
Maybe not.
Has just given up all his hard work here. It's going to be close. I think he does have a few million. You can see the TD here. Making sure dealer do a count. There's not much in it. Graphic saying that no problem has about 6 bigs behind. I think that would be pretty close. Vlad is after winning a massive pot. That is worth multiple thousands of euro. This is the European Poker Sport Championship. This is the heads-up battle for the trophy, the title, 55,000 euro. And Vladimir Olesnin is back on top now. Well, he had a big chip advantage earlier. No problem came right back. Well, you can see no problem actually had Vlad out chipped. Big hand there, 9-7 versus 9-10. No problem flopped the open-ender. But he made a pair on the turn, which gave Vlad a straight. Pretty sick card to hit. But he just shoved and checked to him. And Vlad had the easy call. Such a great moment when you actually have the nuts and you check into your opponent and your opponent moves in. Well, Vlad said, I got it, called, turns over the cards, and now you're going to see no problem. More than likely all in here. He's posting big blind, so that's 30% of a stack blind. No problem, right hand side of the table there. That's Vlad with all the chips on the button. Well, he's all in, suited ace, all in announced, and more than likely you're going to see no problem. Make a call here. Well, I don't blame him, suited queen. This is for the tournament, the European Poker Sport Championship title. No problem with a suited queen. Still got a bunch of equity, look at that. 42%, queen 6 suited. Vladimir won the morning bounty 2 days ago, and now on course, just one hand. Can he win a major here in King's Resort? Well, flush draw for Vlad. So 6 of hearts, Queen of hearts, no good. Deuce on the turn, 4 outs for no problem. Needs to hit a 4-outer or it's over. Doesn't happen for no problem. And you can see he's pretty disappointed with the result, even though it's a massive payday. He shouldn't really be disappointed. He played tremendous, he really did. Quality play, and I certainly hope he gets the weather he's expecting with the shades and the shorts. And you can just see him kind of shocked there. That was a massive hand. That's our 4th place finisher. Damnest man, trying to suss out what the story is. That's your champion, quality player, picked him out from the start. But I tell you something, my problem gave him a run for his money, and it was very close. My problem actually came back and took the chip lead. Really fitting end to a great tournament, great champion, runner-up, quality player, in fairness to no problem. He showed a lot of quality, a little bit tight there in the heads-up play, and the bet sizing probably a little awry, but for me I think the 2 best players made it to the heads-up, and Vlad, very deserving champion. The TD just explaining that we need a couple of pictures for the media. Czech TV interview. And you can see it's a big moment for this player. Huge score, absolutely massive score. It's probably about 10 times bigger than his biggest score before this. So it's kind of a surreal moment when you win a big tournament like this. You're kind of wondering what's going on, and you can see all kinds of things going through his mind. TD and dealer just setting up a couple of winner shots. This is King's Resort, this is live poker, this is the capital of live poker in Europe, and it just doesn't happen the odd day, the odd week, or random sporadic festivals here and there. It happens day in, day out. Every week we have a massive major festival. Every day there is guaranteed tournaments, cash games. That's this week's major winner, Vladimir Olesnin from Slovakia. That's the runner-up, no problem. Well, in fact, no, that's Daniel, who came 3rd. Daniel Mincher, who had the chip lead 3-way. So that's pretty much it from us here in King's Resort. It's been a wonderful event. It's been a pleasure to stream it now, I'll be honest. I really enjoy these tournaments. I enjoy them more than the cash streams. It's great to see these, you know, regs getting big scores, the kind of small to medium players getting massive scores. Vladimir, the champ, you'll see him all over the internet tomorrow. €55,000. Good week for him. Started off well in the morning bounty. Janisman in the background, looking to take a picture. Throws his rail. Ace-3 suited. All in versus Queen-6, but the real damage was the hand before. 10-9 versus the 9-7. And a great moment, these guys boarding. What a set. Every week we have a massive winner on this arena. And we're going to be back next weekend for the Euro Poker Million. So do join us then.